day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be splitting my time with the member from North Island Powell River. I want to thank the government for presenting this legislation to the House for debate. No one on our planet has officially declared them as our enemy, but make no mistake, our oceans are under attack. Canada has pledged to the international community to protect 5% of Canada's marine areas by 2017 and 10% by 2020, with the aim to halt the destruction of habitats and ecosystems to protect our oceans. To date, Canada has only protected 1.5% of its oceans with marine protected areas, and we're falling behind. China's at 1.6% and Japan at 5.6%. Australia and the United States are much farther ahead, with 33.2% and 30.4% protected respectively. Canada needs to set strong protection standards in line with the International Union of the Conservation of Nature and set legislated protected targets if it is to meet its international commitments. Thus, while Bill C-55 is unquestionably a step forward, it's a small one with many glaring weaknesses. Two glaring weaknesses that I would like to address directly here are its failure to address the specific threats posed by marine debris and plastics in our oceans, and it does not acknowledge the need for direct, permanent, and easily accessible funding for marine and coastal debris cleanup. One of the greatest threats to the health of our oceans is the disposal of plastics into these beautiful bodies of water, be it from accidental or purposeful disposal by cargo ships, so-called ghost gear lost by fishers, derelict fishing and pleasure craft, human waste from tourism and recreation, or the careless disposal of single-use consumer plastics. We rapidly are destroying our ocean and coastal ecosystem with plastics. A study conducted by the Eleanor MacArthur Foundation in Great Britain found that plastics produced has increased 20-fold since 1964, reaching 311 million tons in 2014. It's expected to double again in the next 20 years and almost quadruple by 2050. If humanity continues down this path, Madam Speaker, the ocean is expected to contain 1 ton of plastic for every 3 tons of fish by 2025, and by 2050, plastics will outweigh fish. I want to repeat that point again. By 2050, there will be more plastic in our ocean than fish. While C-55 and the Ocean Protection Plan has some good measures, I find it baffling that there is no mention of either the word plastic or debris in this so-called legislation. So, Madam Speaker, to illustrate the threat posed to our oceans and coastline debris and plastics, I'd like to highlight 2 local cases from Courtenay, Alberni: the Demna Island and Bain Sound industrial debris epidemic and the Hanjin debris field between Tofino and Ucluelet on the west side of Vancouver Island. The Demna Island and Bain Sound debris epidemic is caused by the local shellfish industry activity, and it's exclusively through other sources that have contributed to this problem. Bain Sound is home to 50% of all the shellfish aquaculture produced in British Columbia, and in fact 38% of the herring spawn on the west coast runs through Bain Sound. And herring is critical. It's critical to our salmon, which is also critical to our orcas, because everything is interconnected when it comes to our sensitive marine ecosystems on the west coast. Since the onset of DFO-regulated aquaculture, Demna Islanders have cleaned up between 4 and 5 tons of aquaculture debris each year in their annual cleanup initiative. The shellfish industry is a vital local economic driver, and they've made a serious effort to reduce their waste, but it's the dedicated volunteers, local residents who have engaged in these cleanup initiatives on many days and weekends each year, and they receive no official support or funding from the federal government. And the Hanjin debris field disaster between Tofino and Ucluelet on the west coast of Vancouver Island is well documented in this House. It still bears no mention given the nature of this bill and the government's continued inaction for marine debris. The Hanjin debris field was caused when 35 large shipping containers fell off an international cargo ship last November. It was locals that came to the rescue as cargo, big, huge, large metal pieces of cargo spread along our coast, large swaths of styrofoam that was connected to that, those metal pieces that spread out. And government inaction has actually increased the cost of cleaning this spill up. Madam Speaker, this spill occurred in November. We were in the House raising this concern, calling on the federal government to take action, and they didn't support this call to action. In fact, it was their negligence that allowed this spill to spread, and now it's costing local communities thousands and thousands of dollars to clean this up. Now, I got to applaud Pacific Rim National Park staff because they appealed to the bankruptcy court of the shipping company, the Hanjin. They received $76,600 from the estate of the Hanjin, and that money came back to the park, to Ottawa, within a month of this incident. Yet Ottawa sat on that money until May before it started releasing it back to the community to actually do the job. It's unbelievable to see how inept the government is at actually even getting the money back to the community to do their work. And this is what's caused, again, tripling the cost to the community to do the job. But the government itself has contributed actually nothing to this cleanup effort, which is one of the largest marine debris spills on the West Coast. And this is a government that takes pride in saying that they've got this great ocean protection plan and they're looking out for us and they're protecting our coast. Well, we know what it looks like on the ground. Madam Speaker, it's these volunteer groups like Pacific Rim Surf Rider that came to the rescue of the government. These are great Canadians, Madam Speaker. Great people that have put aside their own time to get out into the community and protect the environment. In both cases, the Denman Island and Bain Sound debris epidemic and the Hanjin debris field, the result was a massive amount of debris and plastic washing ashore along our beautiful coastlines, which threatens our ecosystems and is there until volunteers basically engaged in tedious and lengthy cleanup efforts at their own expense. I want to thank local groups like the Pacific Rim chapter of Surf Rider, Clockwood Action, that raised $90,000, went out with barges and helicopters to remove this debris on their own because they couldn't wait any longer. Denman Island Marine Stewards, CPOC, the Wild Pacific Trail Society, Tloquet First Nations Tribal Parks. These are just in my riding alone that stepped to the plate because of government inaction. Nationally, we're seeing groups like the World Wildlife Foundation, the West Coast Environmental Law, Ocean Legacy. This is a group that goes up and down the coast collecting marine debris. They have received nothing from the federal government today except for $25,000 from the Japanese tsunami debris. That money, again, took 8 months to get back to the communities, Madam Speaker, after Ottawa sat on it while debris was lining up along our coast. The Vancouver Aquarium and UVic Environmental Law Centre are also doing great work to raise awareness about the need for federal action on marine debris. I really do want to compliment these groups, and again, these are great Canadians, and the government hasn't had their back. And instead of empowering them, they've disempowered them by leaving them hanging to dry. And it's been local governments, like the local district of Tofino and district of Ucluelet and the Alberni-Clayoquot Regional District, that recently just came to save the day after local volunteers collected tons of marine debris and trash and put it together in these super sacks with the Pacific Rim National Park promising to pick up the debris and remove it, but they ran out of money. And then they told the local communities that they couldn't finish the job. And it was the local government that stepped to the plate because they weren't going to betray local communities like this federal government has done so far. So I want to compliment those local leaders for making sure that they have those local people's backs. They're truly committed to keeping our marine and coastal ecosystems clean, and they want this government to feel the same way and be partners in their efforts, directly and permanently, with accessible funding to support their work. Now, Madam Speaker, the government keeps talking about their ocean protection plan. I'll tell you what it looks like so far. They've made an announcement on derelict vessels. They said they've committed $6.8 million over 5 years. It's roughly about 2 boats a year, despite the fact they've identified 600 abandoned derelict boats. So it'll take about 300 years to clean up the abandoned derelict boats the way they're going. Now, Washington State is a great model. And my colleague, from Nanaimo Ladysmith, has already presented a bill, Bill C-352, which has a comprehensive coast-wide strategy to clean up abandoned vessels. So the government could adopt this legislation, but they've decided not to. Coastal Restoration Fund on salmon. You know, they haven't given money to communities like mine, which desperately needs it. We've seen how they've handled marine debris. We've seen how they failed to deliver marine training as they promised to Indigenous communities. But, Madam Speaker, we know that they're falling well short of delivering on their ocean protection plan to coastal communities. And I want to, begin my closing remarks again by thanking the government for tabling this bill. We'll support this bill at second stage, but really they need to set a minimum standard, protection standards and targets for zoning for marine protected areas, which renders the designation inconsistent at best and meaningless at worst if they don't do something to deal with the ramifications of everything and have everything interconnected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I very much appreciate the comments from my colleague from British Columbia. Given his age and mine, I think I probably remember having been on the Pacific Rim Park before he was born. But it was a beautiful area in one of those natural areas in Canada that we much admire as Canadians and visit. One of the things in the sense of that he had mentioned is volunteers, and I think it's one of the things in our communities that we see, particularly that the areas of cleanup on our public roads, that signs of those people that are going along and cleaning our ditches, 4-H clubs, community organizations, and those truly are volunteers that we very much appreciate for those things they do. So my question to the honourable member, how could we then recognize those volunteer groups as he's listed them for the work they do? How can we continue to support them and recognize them for those great efforts like that I see in my constituency in the Pacific Rim National Park areas?
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my friend and honourable colleague from Alberta, and I'm glad he's been to our beautiful region. I hope he comes back. But I hope he comes back and he sees that the government has actually supported those people that he talked about, these great Canadians. People are working 2-3 jobs to afford to live in the Pacific Rim because of the cost of living. Yet they put aside their valuable recreation time to get out and clean the beaches, protect the ocean, do the job of government when government fails them. And what we need to do to recognize this is we need to have their backs at least. So these volunteers went out, collected all this debris, and the government made a promise that they were going to airlift it out and remove it. And then the government turned around and said, well, we don't have any money for that. So we need to empower our volunteers and make sure that we follow through with our commitments, make sure that we have funding to support cleanup initiatives, especially when it comes to volunteers. And the amount of excuses that they piled up instead of doing their job, this government, it's absolutely embarrassing to everyone. It should be in this House and in this country. You know, for them to start saying that some of this garbage was from the marine debris cleanup, some of it's from other stuff, you know, it's just endless. And the Ocean Protection Plan needs to actually do what it's supposed to do, protect our oceans.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for a very informative expose of what happens in his riding and the shortcomings of this bill. I had no idea in terms of the amount of plastic and debris that is filling up our oceans, and I wonder if he could tell us the impact on the ecology, the ecosystem, the various species that live in the ocean. What is the impact of this plastic on them and on our future?
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable colleague from London Fanshawe, and you know, it's a good question. We rely as coastal British Columbians on a clean ocean for our food security, for our economy, for our recreation, for our culture. It's our way of life. When marine debris and plastics gets into the ecosystem, it's very important that we mitigate it as soon as possible. This government failed to do that in the Hanjin. In fact, by letting it sit on our beaches for 8 months without supporting our communities, that actually spread right throughout our whole marine ecosystem. And actually, the Parliamentary Secretary of Transport, during a debate, said that it wasn't an immediate threat to the environment, so the government decided to stand back. That's not acceptable to people in our communities. Now, right now we know that the krill and the fish are eating plastic, and that plastic is getting into the whole food chain, right up through to our orcas, and we're finding high levels of plastic in our orcas at an alarming rate. So it's impacting everything. And again, you know, we've seen study after study that says that a lot of fish aren't recognizing that plastic isn't food and they're consuming it. We're finding it in all of our marine species, in their digestive tracts. And again, this ends up in the food chain, and it's the fish we eat, Madam Speaker. It's the very fish that, you know, whether you live in coastal British Columbia or whether you live in Brooks, Alberta, or whether you live in Regina, Saskatchewan, this is an important issue to everybody that consumes fish in our country and in this world.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure for me to speak today on an issue that is so important to the people I represent in North Island, Powell River. My riding's history is defined by its surrounding marine environment. The ocean is important to our culture, our economy, and our identity. The fisheries, tourism, transportation, education, and biological research. Today, I am happy to be speaking on C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canadian Petroleum and Resources Act. This act deals with marine protection areas, or MPAs for short. Despite supporting this bill, I hope to convey in the latter part of my speech that we New Democrats have serious questions about this bill. We need to be proactive in our conservation efforts to protect marine ecosystem functions, species, and habitats for future generations. Many ecosystems are under threat. A healthy and productive ecosystem is key to achieving sustainability in the harvest of living ocean resources. In 2010, Canada agreed to marine conservation targets established under the United Nations Conventions on Biological Diversity to conserve 10% of coastal and marine areas through effective management networks of protected areas and other affected area-based conservation measures by 2020. The commitment was reconfirmed in 2015 by the United Nations General Assembly's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Since signing in 1992, the Convention on Biological Diversity, Liberal and Conservative governments have dragged their feet. So where are we today? Canada has only protected 1.5% of its oceans with the marine protected areas. Canada ranks near the very bottom in protecting our ocean biodiversity, falling behind China at 1.6% and Japan at 5.6%. Australia and the United States have come out on top with 33.2% and 30.4% protected, respectively. The current process establishing and managing MPAs under the Oceans Act is long and tedious. My support for this bill is based on the fact it provides some new legal tools to speed up the creation of marine protected areas. Specifically, it empowers the minister to designate marine protected areas by order and prohibit certain activities in those areas. This bill will clarify the role of the Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans in establishing a national network on MPAs. As a country, we are still falling short of our international commitments to protect our marine biodiversity. I see this as as an accountability measure. When Canada fails to meet our targets, rest assured, Minister, that the responsibility will fall solely on your shoulders. There is no more time for excuses. Bill C-55 increases ministerial powers to terminate private resource interests in MPAs and creates stronger penalties for those found violating the rules. Specifically, it updates and strengthens the power of enforcement officer. It updates the Act's offence provisions, in particular to increase the amount of fines and to provide that ships may be subject to the offence provisions and create new offences for a person or ship that engages in prohibited activities within a marine protected area. The issue of enforcement officers is one of large concern in my riding. Madam Speaker, many Indigenous communities I represent have come to me wanting to do more than just watch what happens in the oceans in their traditional territory. They want to help. Repeatedly, these communities have talked to the Minister's office about resources to train their people to support the protection and defence of their traditional lands. Madam Speaker, I think this must be an area where the Minister's office starts to move forward. I think of the multiple spills in the ocean in my riding, for example. The Indigenous people were there immediately, and with the proper training could have supported the tracking of the impact, which we have actually very little information on. Protecting our oceans must include the people who have lived on the land from time immemorial. As far as the MPA minimum standards go, these steps are steps in the right direction. But to have a complete picture, one must look at what the MPAs really do. In the context, we're not talking about marine protected area. In a generic context, we're referring specifically to the DFO program under the Oceans Act. A marine protected area is an area of sea that forms part of the internal waters of Canada, the territorial sea of Canada, or the exclusive economic zone of Canada, and has been designated under the section for special protection. While this lofty definition to increase conservation is wonderful, there is little backing up how it will be done. Let me explain. This bill fails to set minimum protection standards and targets for zoning for marine protected areas, which renders the designation inconsistent at best and meaningless at worst. A lack of minimum protection standards for MPAs make the rules so inconsistent and permissive that most MPAs allow commercial fishing, and one even allows oil and gas exploration. I don't know about you, but I think oil and gas extraction is not compatible with conservation and should never be permitted inside a protected area. Take national parks. They've got standards. Why can't our marine areas have the same? According to Rudolf de Villers, professor of geography from Memorial University, quote, "Scientific studies have shown again and again that stricter protection provides greater biodiversity benefits," end quote. Canada needs to set strong protection standards in line with the International Union of the Conservation of Nature and set legislated protection targets if it is to meet its international commitments. At present, just over 1% of Canada's oceans are protected, an area just a bit larger than Nova Scotia. And only a tiny portion of our ocean, approximately 0.01%, is highly protected, meaning no fishing or oil and gas extraction is allowed inside the MPA. By not setting minimum protection standards, the Liberals are trying to appear progressive by almost meeting targets, but have not made the hard choices to protect biodiversity. This is not just the NDP bringing this important issue up. Widespread opposition from environmentalists have raised the issue, from the WWF to CPAWS. 15 university scientists from St. John's to Victoria have written to both the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, asking for stiffer conservation measures in Canada's 12 marine conservation areas, as well as those being proposed in the future. According to Linda Nolan, Staff Counsel, West Coast Environmental Law, quote, "These proposed amendments are useful short-term additions to the Federal Oceans Act and related oil and gas laws, but they could and should go much farther." And in a second quote, "For the long arm of the law to be truly effective, we need stronger legal powers like minimum protection standards and requiring ecological integrity as foremost priority in the MPA management. With a vast area in these three seas within our boundaries, the world's longest coastline, Canada must implement a forceful, modern Oceans Act," end quote. Bill C-55 gives the minister far too much latitude to decide what activities are permissible in an MPA. The minister has the authority to list all of the permissible activities that are ongoing activities in the marine protected area. The minister can repeal the order that designated marine protection areas in the first place just 5 years later. Liberals promised on ocean protection and environmental protection. They are still mostly just talk. Canadians don't want to see more Harper targets and exemptions for oil and gas sector. I don't think we can discuss the protection of the environment without the involvement of coastal First Nations. They are important parties in the decisions about how to conserve marine biodiversity and the resources in BC. As BC's First Peoples, coastal First Nations have a long-standing historical connection to the ocean and its resources. While First Nations community conservation areas have potential to contribute to the MPA network goals, in most cases these areas will not qualify as MPAs according to the definition. Bill C-55 makes no mention of this specifically, but I know how important sustaining biodiversity of our coastal communities are, especially the ones that I represent. Madam Speaker, in my riding, many First Nations communities are spread across some of the most remote and beautiful places. They live on the ocean and are already doing the important work. An increase in training to support them in protecting the ocean just makes sense. In my concluding remarks, I would like to ask the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans to take a stand and listen to experts, amend this act to include minimum standard to marine protection areas. Our planet deserves it. I also hope that the Liberal government will finally fully implement the Cohen Commission. In my riding, there are serious concerns being raised about fish farms. This was a promise.
Unfortunately, the member's time is up, and maybe she could finish her thought through the questions and comments. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member, and I appreciate her speech today, could speak to the issue and the concerns that exist among these coastal communities about the impact that the minister is going to have with respect to interim protection orders. We're hearing a lot of feedback from residents in Nunavut, for example, and I'm sure that she's hearing from some of the BC coastal communities as well. So I'm just wondering if she can comment on some of those concerns that she's heard. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the question. And I think that the concerns that are growing around all the issues in the ocean just continue to grow. What we've seen from this government is a lot of promises with very little action. You know, my honourable member before me in his speech talked about the amount of plastics in the ocean. And I can share with this House how many groups in my riding collect large amounts of plastic and debris from the beach, how many organizations work, and I think about how many times I've gone out with them and how small those plastics already are on the sand. I can't imagine the impacts on the ocean. So, you know, I think we need to be really looking at some solid action, which we still are waiting for from this government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Loire.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Would like to thank my colleague for her speech, which is an impassioned plea for the protection of our marine protected areas. We see that Canada does not seem to be making any effort, almost. We're protecting 1.5% of our waters, and we're hoping to protect, I think, 30% by 2020. It's unthinkable when we hear that the Liberals were elected by saying that they were going to put forward initiatives for the environment, that they were going to fight, that they were going to be different from the Conservatives. Environment Canada has established that greenhouse gas emissions are such that we're not going to be able to reach our reduction targets and that there is no plan to reduce them. Unable to reduce GHGs, pipelines, more pipelines, no standards for protecting marine protected areas. Not much of a plan to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. How are we going to be able to put these initiatives forward? C-55 has several issues to prevent us from going forward and protecting our environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for this important question. The reality is, across my riding, people are very concerned about the impacts on the ocean, the impacts of climate change, and we know that our oceans are such an intrinsic part of keeping the temperatures down in our planet. And we're not serving our oceans, and this government is not serving our oceans the way that they should. You know, we want to see actual actions. We can't just say things, and that's what we're hearing from the Liberal government. A lot of really meaningful promises with very little meaningful action. So we're asking for the next step. We're asking in this bill, we hope that the committee will listen and really take some steps at giving teeth to this so that we actually see that profound action that is so required in our country. Thank you.
Question, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from North Island Powell River for her speech this morning on this topic. I'm just wondering if I haven't heard from her yet this morning about what she's heard from the fishermen in her area. She lives in a coastal area. Fishing is very important. I know we've heard from the Pacific halibut fishermen that they're very concerned about some of these MPAs closing off some highly productive halibut fishing areas, and that would push them into less productive areas, spending more time in the water, risking their time and burning more fuel, etc. It's causing great concern for them. I'd like to hear her comments on that.
Brief answer from the member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've definitely heard from many sectors and industries across my riding. And I think the point of consultation is very important. But I also know that the people that work in the ocean, that harvest from the ocean, want to make sure that there is protection so that they can see long-term growth. They want to see their businesses last a long time. And so let's make sure there's meaningful consultation, but let's make sure that we protect our oceans and the industries that grow from it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it gives me great pleasure to stand up in this House this morning on behalf of the people of Barrie-Innisfil. And I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Edmonton Manning. Now, I'll admit, Madam Speaker, that that beautiful riding of Barrie-Innisfil doesn't have any ocean front or coastline, but we do have certainly a jewel of our Central Ontario region, Lake Simcoe. And my comments this morning will be more along the lines of transparency, consultation, and the ability or inability of this government, quite frankly, to conduct some meaningful consultation on issues that affect many Canadians. And so, as we know and as we've heard, Madam Speaker, the C-55 is an act amending the Oceans Act and the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act, and it will allow this government to effectively act unilaterally without consultation, and with consultation being a second thought. And the government is acting on its own, creating a new marine protection area, selecting areas to meet its own mandate to increase Canada's marine and coastal areas to 5% this year and 10% by 2020. Now, being an MP of an almost landlocked riding like Barrie-Innisfil has we've got some beautiful beaches and waters along Kempenfelt Bay and Cooks Bay, but being the MP where Lake Simcoe is located, this government should be reminded what positive action for protecting Canada's lands and waters by a federal government really truly looks like. And the previous federal government took bold steps to add more than 220,000 square kilometres to Canadian federal parks and marine protected areas, an increase of more than 58%. Canada's national parks provide outstanding examples of our country's natural landscapes, generate significant economic activity by attracting visitors from Canada and abroad, and provide Canadians with access to our natural heritage. Under the former Conservative government, the National Conservation Plan expanded national park lands by tens of thousands of square kilometres and secured ecologically sensitive private lands. Now, the previous government also understood the importance of Lake Simcoe and Georgian Bay in Ontario. Average phosphorus load levels for Lake Simcoe in the 1990s were well over 100 tons per year. Unprecedented funding, commitments from Prime Minister Harper of nearly $60 million from Ottawa helped to improve environmental monitoring, conserve critical aquatic habitat, and reduce the discharge of phosphorus from point and non-point sources. And I'll add that there was tremendous work done as well, Madam Speaker, by the members of Simcoe North, York Simcoe, Durham, and others, and of course Mr. Patrick Brown, who was a key advocate to the success of those programs with Lake Simcoe. Now, the action taken by Ottawa shows that annual phosphorus loads have significantly decreased, and the health of our lakes, rivers, and wetlands is paramount to our future, but sadly it's not necessarily a priority for the Liberal government. Requests to continue the funding to further reduce phosphorus have fallen on deaf ears, and along with saving Lake Simcoe, the previous government created marine protected areas in BC, New Brunswick, and the Beaufort Sea but did it with consultation and did it they did not give it any interim protection before those consultations occur. Now, years of work from the previous Harper government will be undone by this Liberal government. Affecting the major recreational assets, generating more than $200 million annually for our area's tourism and recreational industries, this was done working together with the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority and other local partners in Barrie and Innisfil and all of the residents of our regions. And by partnering with angling, hunting, and conservation groups, we can ensure that our conservation efforts are good for the environment and good for local economies as well. Unfortunately, C-55 stops the partnerships, all in the name of Liberal, politically mandated targets. Targets that will allow the government's Liberal friends to create interim protection that will affect fisheries and recreational and tourist industries. Madam Speaker, what is it about this government and consultation, or make that the lack of consultation? Delaying consultations and decisions for up to 5 years will only serve the Liberal targets, not commercial or recreational fisheries, industry or academics. They don't listen to consultations, and they didn't listen on several issues, Madam Speaker, like electoral reform, like pipelines. And I can tell you that there's a situation that's happening now within my riding and in the riding of Oshawa where Canadian Border Service Agency offices are closing, Madam Speaker, without any consultation to stakeholders, politicians, and those that would be affected. And now they're not consulting again on major tax reforms that will affect Canada's small business, family businesses, family farms, and family health care in Canada. So please let me remind the Minister through you and the government of comments from industries on C-55. Consider that a form of consultation. Sean Cox, who's a professor at Simon Fraser University, said, and I quote, "You want to build on a process of trust and goodwill. You don't ignore what your stakeholders say. In the end, all of you, the government, all you're going to do is cherry pick." Jerry Christensen of Sport Fishing Institute of British Columbia said, and I quote, "My sector wants transparent and evidence-based decision-making. If the government makes decisions by the amount of mail it gets, then my recreational fishing constituency is more than capable in engaging in that activity." Chris Spohr of the Pacific Halibut Management Association of British Columbia said, "If fishermen are forced from productive high catch per unit effort areas to less productive ones, there will be an increase in fishing time and increased costs for less fish. The process needs to take into consideration and evaluate the ecological consequences of displacing fishing efforts." So I ask the government to forego its current trend of non-consultation and instead listen and take note of their political agenda. Is not the environmental and economic agenda that makes Canada a leader in protecting marine areas. For that, myself and the rest of the Conservative caucus will not support what the Liberals are trying to do. And Madam Speaker, there has been a lot of discussion on this issue, and in fact, those that are being affected by this the most. And recently, a Nunavut MLA came out and read a statement in the Nunavut Legislature Assembly, and it was, I'm not going to say the name of the riding for fear of butchering it, Madam Speaker, but MLA Johnny Lake slammed the federal government for not consulting. In a member statement on September 18th at the Nunavut Legislature Assembly, Mike, who handles multiple cabinet files within the Nunavut government, said the potential impacts of Bill C-55 could be an absolute travesty for his constituency. As residents, we are all well aware of the potential of our offshore areas, which are used for economic opportunities today by interests from outside of Nunavut, he said. This proposed bill for marine management and petroleum industry sector management, which is being developed, seemingly turns its legislative back on the people of Pagnertung, Mike said. The federal government never consulted any Northerners or my constituents on what concerns they may have about this proposed bill. He added that the provisions within the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement appear to conflict with C-55, specifically sections outlining Inuit access to wildlife and conservation area development with the Nunavut settlement areas. It made him wonder, he said, whether this provision was used as the reasoning for Inuit not being consulted in this bill. And he slammed the Liberal government, which he said has no consideration for Inuit. Now, my understanding as well, not sitting on the Fisheries Committee, Madam Speaker, is that there's been numerous stakeholders that have come before the committee outlining their concern, not just with this policy, but also with the fact that their voices are not being heard. And when it comes to evidence-based science, we hear of a government that speaks about decision-making that's evidence-based and science-based. The reality is that it doesn't come down to that with this government. It only agrees with evidence-based and science-based studies if it agrees with their ideological position, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your time today.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Barrie Innisfil for his remarks. I certainly appreciate that he was not a member of the former Conservative government, but I would note that that government protected only 1% of Canada's oceans in these marine protected areas, and I wonder if the member for Barrie Innisfil believes that that's adequate.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the honourable member is quite right. I wasn't a member of the previous government, but as I stated in my remarks, there was some significant investment in conservation areas around this country, and the fact is that Canada is unique, Madam Speaker, with our shoreline. We are the largest coastal shoreline in the world, so the needs regionally of the people of those areas need to be taken into account. And what we're hearing over and over and over again, Madam Speaker, is the fact that there's been lack of consultation. There's been lack of stakeholder engagement in this process. And as I said in my comments, Madam Speaker, not having a coastal area, but having an inland lake like Lake Simcoe, there were significant investments that were made in that area. And we saw decreases in phosphorus, which raised the health of Lake Simcoe. So I can speak specifically to the work directly of what the previous government did in that area. And they did it with consultation. They did it with stakeholder involvement, and they did it with people investing their time and their energy into making sure that these things were done properly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Bruce Grey or Winsound.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Barrie Innisfil for a great speech on C-55. I found with interest, Madam Speaker, his comments about Nunavut MLA Johnny Mike, who talked about the lack of consultation up there, and you mentioned Pangnirtung, and in the last government I had the honour and privilege of being up there with Minister Glukag at the time and opening the very first Arctic small craft harbour. And Pangnirtung is a beautiful area, but what I want to ask him about is the lack of consultation here with Inuit and Aboriginal communities. There seems to be a trend here, I would suggest to the member, and I'd like his comments on whether he sees a trend here, whether it's murdered and missing Aboriginal women, etc., the lack of consultation with Aboriginal communities on this and other issues.
Our member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad to see that my honourable member can say the name of the community. I've struggled all morning as I look through my notes to do that, but I think he brings up a very important point with respect to consultation. Who knows better? Who knows better, Madam Speaker, than the people that live in these communities as to what their needs are? And what we're seeing from this government, Madam Speaker, is a very top-down approach. Government knows best approach, and we're not just seeing that in this issue. And I think that, as I said, and I think you'll hear from my colleagues as well, that's the broader part of this concern, is this lack of consultation that's gone on and the ability of the minister to impose these temporary measures which are going to force perhaps fishing communities, fishermen, natural resource opportunities away from these areas. And so this lack of consultation, I would say to the honourable member, is broadly imposed by this government. And we're seeing it now with small business and the proposed tax increases on small business, Madam Speaker. And it's a real shame. This is a government that said that they were going to come in and do things differently. And I want to reiterate the point that I said earlier. When it comes to evidence-based decision-making and science-based decision-making, this government will only agree with those two criterias when it agrees with their position and their ideology. Otherwise, they just cast everything aside and do exactly what they want to do, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to rise here today to speak about the Bill C-55, which is an act to amend the Oceans Act and Canada Petroleum Resources Act. At the outset of my remarks, I will say that while I understand that amending the Ocean Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act will allow the Liberal government to meet their political target for a 5% protection by 2017. By introducing this bill, they have failed to follow through with their commitment to consult Canadians on issues of importance. This government flaunts of its ability to consult Canadians. However, they are not consulting Canadians on the right things. And that's what we mostly call it selective consultation. For example, this government does not intend to consult Canadians on interim marine protected areas, MPAs, that they will seek to put in place once they pass this bill. But the word interim can be deceiving. Having these MPAs in place for up to 5 years will make it far more difficult to reverse it in years to come. Another example of this government's inability to protect and to consult Canadians is on Bill C-47, which I rose to speak about yesterday in this House, where law-abiding hunters, sport shoot and collectors have not been consulted on the Arms Trade Treaty. By advocating for these Canadians yesterday, members opposite said that my argument was bogus and phony. Now, there are many more examples that I could present to this House, but the final example I will touch on is this government's proposed unfair tax changes announced in July of this year in the midst of Canadians' summer holidays. I have heard from numerous constituents on this issue, and the finance minister refused to extend his measly consultation period, even though Canadians are begging for it. Now, I will get back to the topic of the day, which is Bill C-55. And at the beginning, I would like to read from the summary of the bill, which I have in my hand. And in Section A, B, and C, the bill reads, in Section A, clarify the responsibility of the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans to establish a national network of protected areas. And Section B, empower the Minister to designate marine protected areas by order and prohibit certain activities in those areas. And Section C said, provide that within 5 years after the day on which the order of the Minister designating a marine protected area comes into force, the Minister is to make a recommendation to the Governor in Council to make regulations to replace that order or to repeal it. So, Madam Speaker, this bill, if passed, could completely alienate fishing grounds or other important marine activities for up to 5 years without adequate consultations of Canadians. And once an area that has been placed under interim protection, it will become increasingly more difficult to reverse, as it would require removing protections that have been in place for up to 5 years. So that by itself is a major problem. And when we're talking about a problem like this that can be irreversible, that means we're talking about a permanent problem that is going to take so much more and more and more to fix, and could be, actually it's a recipe for failure and a recipe for danger on the long run. Also, this bill puts so far too much power in the hands of solely one person, and the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. That's also another unprecedented way to give so much power to one person, regardless of that person, in which government, in which area. So, and albeit by eliminating any requirement of the minister to rely on scientific evidence, by speeding up an MPA designation process with no oversight or consultation, we are putting Canadians' jobs at risk in our coastal communities. And also, looking at that, I mean, we're looking at, as I said earlier, is a selective consultation process by the government. So when they need to consult, they don't consult. And where there's necessary to do so in the vast majority and to take a scientific approach to things, they don't do it. So this is where area we believe that the attention has to be paid to present, when presenting bills of this caliber, is to make sure the right job is done and taking the time to do so. Although I believe that, going back a little bit, our previous government, through the National Conservation Plan, NCP, invested $252 million over 5 years to secure ecologically sensitive lands and support voluntary conservation and restoration actions and strengthen marine and coastal conservation. So the Conservative Party is not opposed to creating MPAs by any chance. In fact, we have championed conservation and marine protection in the past. However, all we're asking for here is a balance between the protection of marine habitats and the protection of the local economies that depend on commercial and recreational fishing must be struck. And to that extent, I'll come back to a large number of stakeholders who are from various areas of expertise that come out and spoke about this lengthily and asking the government to consult more, asking the government to take its time in approaching this. From a Nunavut MLA, Johnny Mike, who said that he's strongly opposing this bill and calling it an absolute travesty for his constituency. That is from a local politician that knows best on the ground what's going on and reflects on his constituency opinion. Another former MP from Nunavut, which is the Honorable Kulagak, who was a strong advocate for the people of the North. But what she's saying that it seems like the government and their representatives at present, they haven't consulted enough, they haven't talked to the people, and that bill is a result of such a poor consultation process that this government has been taking. Another stakeholder opinions that's showing here, telling us on the same track that this is how this process has been handled. The government need to rush this on the second half of their mandate, and that's why this is going to be one of the signatures of a government that pushing bills through without proper consultation and proper evidence-based approach. So conservatives understand the economic importance of fish and seafood to the Canadian economy. In fact, the previous government focused on building on existing international markets, introducing new ones, and making significant investments in areas of marine research, harbor infrastructure, the sustainability of lobster and indigenous participation. By choosing the fast track to implement MPAs in order to meet their self-imposed political targets, this government is doing a disservice to all Canadians. On a final note, the Committee of Fishery and Oceans, the Standing Committee on Fishery and Oceans, their members have been studying the subject of MPAs. And the spirit of the conclusion of their studies is showing that this understanding the MPAs is quite complex topic. So if the committee is observing such argument at the end of their study and at the end of inviting their own witnesses, that means we have concern to be displayed here, and we have concern to show over the approach on this. So therefore, I encourage the government to pause and rethink its bill. As my colleague from Bruce Gray Owen Sound said yesterday, take the time and get it right. So to the government, to the minister, take the time and get it right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have a time for a brief question, and then the rest of the time the member will get for questions and comments after the question period. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain. A brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would just ask the member for Edmonton Manning what percentage of Canada's ocean area he thinks warrants protection. It's currently only around 1%. By comparison, in the United States and Australia, it's more than 30%.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, ultimately, everyone would like, we would like to always be on top of the world. We always like to be at the same level of the best standards, practices, and standards there. The answer is to that we have to do it right, and we have to do it in such scientific and with great consultation approach. Whatever suits us of a target, we have to do, and we can never do enough on many things. So we probably cannot do enough on this topic too, but again and again and again, it has to be a scientific approach and has to be with proper consultation.
The honourable member will have 4 minutes for questions and comments after question period. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de Winnipeg North.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
2017 is the year that Canada has been and will continue to celebrate 150 years of Confederation. You know, our Prime Minister talks about Canada's greatest strength being our diversity, and that is something in which I believe defines us as a nation. There is no doubt in my mind that one of the greatest celebrations of our diversity is held on an annual basis in the city of Winnipeg, known as Folklorama. Every summer we celebrate our diversity through many pavilions that share all sorts of special cuisines, heritage dance, music, so much of a celebration. And this year it was such a pleasure to be able to work with a number of the pavilions to recognize some of those extraordinary Canadians that have made Folklorama possible in some of the more popular pavilions that I participate on an annual basis. So I just want to say congratulations to Folklorama.
Honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
In this centennial of Canada, we celebrate the values that built this country and made it strong. I was very mindful of this at a few recent community gatherings in Flamborough-Glanbrook, which honoured our history and looked to our future as a nation. Last Saturday, I had the pleasure of attending the 115th anniversary of the Rockton Women's Institute. Speaker, the village of Rockton is the kind of place that embodies the values of community, duty, honour, and freedom that we celebrate at Canada 150. What's more is that the event took place at the Beverly Township Hall. Its heritage, legacy, and the local history on display illustrated these values being handed down from generation to generation. In a similar vein, I also attended the grand openings of Grace Christian School in Millgrove and Bellstone Christian School in Glanbrook. In both cases, hundreds of enthusiastic students and their parents celebrated the rights and freedoms to a faith-based education in Canada, and recognizing the duty in education gives all of us to be good contributing members of our society. Speaker, from what I saw throughout the riding, the future indeed looks bright for Canada past our 150th year.
The honourable member for Egmont.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize two groups of volunteers from my riding who deserve recognition. Recently, the town of Tignish was awarded a gold rating as well as named champions of the Class of Champion Small Communities category at the Communities in Bloom Symposium. This would not be possible without the leadership of committee members Judy, Karen, Roger, Garth, and Jamie, and everyone in the community who strive to make Tignish a better and more beautiful place to live, with their commitment to environmental awareness and heritage conservation. I also wish to recognize the efforts of the organizers called the Fab Five, Della, Billy, Joanne, Dean, and Tammy, as well as the countless volunteers who assisted in the campaign for O'Leary to be named Kraft Hockeyville for 2017. It was an honor for me to be in attendance at the NHL preseason game between the Ottawa Senators and New Jersey Devils for the presenting of the $100,000 award, which will be used to upgrade their community arena. Congratulations to the communities of O'Leary and Tignish.
Member for Mississippi Churchill River.
September 30th is Orange Shirt Day. This marks the date which children were taken from their homes and brought to residential schools. Orange Shirt Day evolved from St. Joseph Mission Residential School commemoration event retelling a Phyllis Jack story who had her new shirt taken away from her on the first day of school. The legacy impacts all Canadians. However, the greatest impact plays out in Indigenous communities with disruption of Indigenous languages and cultures, the 60s and 70s child scoop, First Nation, Inuit, and Métis in foster care, juvenile detention and corrections directly relate as to the wide range of health epidemics as seen through high numbers of depression, alcoholism, drug abuse, and suicides today. In the spirit of healing, reconciliation, and hope, it's past time to address policies that infringe on Indigenous peoples across Canada.
L'honorable député de La Salle-et-Mort-Verdun.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mort-Verdun. Madam Speaker, this year the community of La Salle-et-Mort-Verdun and the entire Greater Montreal region is celebrating a major event, the 70th anniversary of the Centre Social d'Aide aux Immigrants, a not-for-profit organization in the community. This center helps welcome immigrants and refugees.
During the Second World War, after the Second World War in 1947, with the arrival of Polish Jews to this country. Over the years, this centre has played a leading role in the great waves of Canadian and Quebec immigration. The centre
supports newcomers in their settlement and integration by organizing information sessions, orientation, technical assistance with administrative forms, immigration, assistance, and social support. Day in and day out, the centre contributes to making these newcomers active members of society.
Values that are central to the mission of the centre, such as mutual aid and empathy. I wish them the best.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak about an extraordinary Canadian who just happens to be a constituent of mine. Her name is Michelle, and we've been friends for a very long time. As many of you know, my hometown of Williams Lake was evacuated during this summer's unprecedented fire season. Michelle was one of the evacuees. But instead of settling into her temporary accommodations, Michelle immediately flew into action. She was volunteering, doing whatever was needed to assist other evacuees. Michelle put in long hours, Madam Speaker, right up until her doctor told her she could no longer do so. You see, Madam Speaker, Michelle has genetic hypertrophic cardiomyopathy and has been diagnosed with congestive heart failure for well over a year, and she's waiting for a donor heart. But you would never know it upon meeting her, and I confess, up until just a few days ago, I only knew her as my friend with the golden heart, a huge heart. I truly had no idea how sick she was. Michelle, I'd like you to know your community stands with you. Thank you for all you do, and we're praying for you, and we love you.
Honourable member for London West.
Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to congratulate Fanshawe College in London on their 50th anniversary. As a former alumni from the broadcast journalism program, the college has been an important part of my life. My father taught at Fanshawe, my brother and I both attended the college, and so did my daughter. I was honored to receive the Distinguished Alumni Award, and I also served on the Board of Governors. Hardly a year goes by that I'm not invited back to talk to a class about my career that would not have been possible without the great education I received at the college. I have seen firsthand how Fanshawe instructors, professors, and staff care deeply about their students and the community. London is a great city, in large part because of Fanshawe. Thank you, Fanshawe College, for always changing with the times and always offering programs that produce students ready to take on the challenge of this new world. Here's to another 50. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Madam Speaker, the PEI Fishermen's Association has recently set a new world record thanks to a beloved crustacean. We now own the title of the world's longest lobster roll again. Wow. For years, there's been a friendly rivalry between Charlottetown and Shediac, New Brunswick. In July, Shediac set the benchmark. Their glory, I'm pleased to report, was short-lived. 2 weeks ago at the PEI International Shellfish Festival, a whopping 61-meter-long savory seafood sandwich was born. 15 volunteers spent the night baking the massive baguette, and more than 100 more delicately and carefully stuffed it with 12 jars of mayo and 60 kilograms of lobster meat. I'm hungry. Festival goers chowed down on the historic lobster roll, with funds going to the Canadian Cancer Society, but not before the official measurement, after which Association President Bobby Jenkins summed it up quite nicely when he proclaimed, "Take that, Shediac!"
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, September 30th is Orange Shirt Day, which remembers and honours the survivors of the Indian residential school system, a system that had a profoundly lasting and damaging impact on Indigenous culture, heritage and language, the effects of which are still felt to this day. As we continue to learn more about the truths of the impacts of residential schools on former students and their communities, we must continually seek to educate ourselves and those around us about our shared history. In Chilliwack Hope, we are fortunate to have Indigenous leaders in the Stalo Nation who are committed to moving our relationships forward in a spirit of reconciliation. I'm committed to working with them in those efforts. I believe that reconciliation is not a destination, but rather an ongoing journey on a path that we've set out on together. We must constantly work towards it. I wish to honour those who will organize and participate at Orange Shirt Day events and thank them for helping us all to remember that today and every day, every child matters.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish a good harvest to all farmers across the country. But more than 1,000 households are facing a food insecurity problem. The world population will grow by 9 billion people in this world, and we will need to increase food production by some 70% across the world. And that's why we want to hear the ideas of Canadians when it comes to the food policy for this country. My colleague and I had the honour of crisscrossing the country to listen to the concerns of and solutions from Canadians. We listened, and we will use those comments to put in place a food policy for Canada. In developing this policy, Madam Speaker, we adopted a comprehensive approach focused on collaboration, openness, and transparency. We will do our utmost to ensure that Canada's food system contributes fully to our economy, but above all to the well-being of Canadian families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, from 1869 to the 1930s, over 100,000 poor, orphaned, and homeless British children were herded into camps and shipped across the seas to the colonies. While some of these children would go on to build new lives, the program was stricken with corruption, poorly implemented, and virtually unsupervised. Children shipped to Canada often found themselves forced into indentured servitude and hard labor, facing physical and emotional abuse from their new parents, who viewed them as disposable, unpaid workers to be discarded if they did not perform. But some of them were fortunate, like the family of my constituent, Anita Nevins, who took in one of these home children who had run away and welcomed him into their family as their own son. September 28th is recognized in Ontario as the Day of the Home Child. I rise today to recognize the contributions of former home children and to express our sorrow and regret to these children and their descendants. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
In Lakeland this summer, the top concern was rural crime.
in 2015, Canada's crime index rose for the first time in 12 years. The biggest increase was in Alberta. It's getting worse. Small towns and rural areas are being hit especially hard with break-ins and robberies. Rural Albertans are scared and angry. A constituent told me he's been robbed not once or twice, but 5 times in the last 3.5 years in a town of 300. He says, my concern is all the stealing. The RCMP do a fantastic job, but then these guys get to a judge and they're free soon after. I'm just tired of being robbed and wonder what can be done. I know that we aren't the only place. This is happening to vulnerable families and businesses everywhere in Lakeland at all hours of the night and in broad daylight. People are organizing crime watches and trying to protect themselves and their property. Frontline officers do their best but are stretched thin. For instance, a 4-member detachment in one part of Lakeland covers 1,800 square kilometres and 7,600 residents, rarely with 2 on duty at once. I hope the Liberals will act to protect innocent residents.
The Honourable Député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Madam Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise to pay tribute to my friend Arnold Chan. While I did not know him long enough to sign his passport application, he has had a profound impact on my life and my understanding of this job. A year and a half ago, he asked me to join him for a walk in the frigid weather. He needed to talk to me in private. He told me that his cancer had returned. He had just told his sons, he told me, and I quote, "They know what this means." His eyes were open. Arnold always made sure that everyone else was okay before himself, that his responsibilities would never be shirked, that nothing and nobody would get forgotten. He asked me that night to take on his duties of Deputy House Leader during his treatment, and after a year of believing I was doing him a favor, I learned that it really was the other way around. He had, as he had for so many others, mentored me. To Arnold, thank you for your friendship, for your confidence, your mentorship, and your contribution to making this a better place for me and me a better person. To Jean, to the boys, thank you for sharing this amazing person with us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I have the honour to salute the tremendous work by the Bucarici fashion designer. When he turned 41, Marc Lissard traded in his hammers and nails for scissors and sewing machines and set up shop in Valleyfield. He made it a hub of fashion like Milan. A visionary, a bit crazy, a dreamer, you say? Absolutely. He decided that his creations would be 100% Quebec, made in Quebec. And he's warmed over a number of people, including me. He was appointed the ambassador for the RMC. He has also increased the activities, offers tastings, did the Yann Perrault show, and helps local artists. He has dressed more than 40 Quebec artists, including Véronique Cloutier and others. And on the TV show Bucarici, he's done so well that he won a Gémeaux lately. Thank you. And thank you for believing in Valleyfield.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Chinese Canadians have made great contributions to our country over generations. They're hard-working men and women who invest long hours in building up their businesses. They are an integral part of Canadian society. Recently, we learned of a company in Markham that is producing video games that use racist stereotypes to insult and demean Chinese restaurant owners. I am disgusted by the use of these stereotypes to sell video games, and so is our leader. In fact, our leader, the member from Regina Capel, will be visiting a Chinese restaurant with a member from Markham Unionville in Markham today to show their support for the Chinese community. This has no place in Canada. Conservatives will always stand by our Chinese community and our country's small business owners. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Madam Speaker, tomorrow, September 30th, we encourage all Canadians to wear orange to raise awareness about the tragic legacy of residential schools and to honour the survivors. Orange Shirt Day, Every Child Matters, grew from the story of one child, Phyllis Webstad, whose grandmother gave her a shiny orange shirt to wear at the St. Joseph Mission Residential School in British Columbia. The shirt was taken away from Phyllis on her first day of school, and her connection to her home was severed. However, Phyllis persevered, and now her story is shared so that we can all better understand Canada's legacy of residential schools. All Canadians have a role to play in reconciliation. On September 30th, we encourage everyone to wear orange and to also take this opportunity to learn more about the residential school legacy. Thank you. Merci, miigwech.
questions orales. The honourable member for Carleton.
On becoming finance minister, the member from Toronto Centre signed an agreement with the ethics commissioner, quote, to prevent a conflict of interest situation from arising and to avoid the perception of preferential treatment. It is necessary to abstain from any participation in matters relating to Morneau Chapelle. Yesterday, we learned from witness testimony that the minister's tax increase on small businesses will force many to move money into individualized pension plans, which are a rare and unique form of savings that Morneau Chapelle specializes in offering. Why did the minister not keep his word to abstain from any matter relating to Morneau Chapelle?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Soyons bien clairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's be clear. The SME tax rate is not going up. It's the lowest in the G7. We encourage businesses that they receive, that they collect, to reinvest in their businesses to ensure growth and innovation. Our current tax system has a certain amount of unfairness that allows the wealthiest Canadians to have access to tax advantages that the middle class does not. Our goal here is more tax fairness. The honourable member for Carleton.
The Minister of Finance had a rendezvous with reality. A group of small business people piled in to his town hall meeting in Oakville and told him that his plan will not only pick their pockets, but screw up their life plans. It'll make it impossible for them to save for maternity, severance, a rainy day, or retirement. It'll mean fewer doctors in our rural communities. It'll mean a harder time for young women to get into entrepreneurship. He's going to have to back down from this tax increase. Why doesn't he just do it today?
Right.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. We were elected on the basis of a very clear commitment towards growth for the middle class. All those who were neglected for 10 years under the previous government, who concentrated on giving tax breaks to the wealthiest. That is why, Madam Speaker, we increased taxes for the wealthiest 1% and reduced them for 9 million Canadians, a measure that they voted against. They voted against the Canada Child Benefit that's going to help thousands of children out of poverty. We are continuing to work for more tax fairness. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Raise taxes on Andrew Lovell, the family farmer from New Brunswick, who says now he won't be able to set aside money within his company to prepare for example, a rainy day, which happens on the farm every once in a while. It'll also mean he pays higher taxes to eventually sell his farm to his kids than he would to sell it to McCain Foods, which owns 200 farms in that same province. Madam Chair, why is this government trying to put an end to the family farm and favoring the big corporate takeover artists?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Yesterday, I was in Saskatchewan to hear the representative for the agri-food sector and farmers. We will always be behind farmers and the family farm model. In our proposals, there's nothing that's going to prevent a family member from working in a farm or a business. We want to act proactively and listen to make sure that there's more tax fairness and continue to maintain our support for families and family farms. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Madam Speaker, whether it be in committee, in the House, or anywhere else, the Liberals have become specialists of empty rhetoric. We have a festival of talking points. The middle class and those who are working hard to join it, the wealthiest 1%, a good agreement, not any agreement. It's impossible to get a real answer from this government. In the real world, crises are real. A simple question, yes or no, will the government extend consultations on its tax reform that is going to undermine real job creators, small businesses, and Canadian farms? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's worthwhile to remind everyone that the tax rate for SMEs is the lowest in the G7. That's a competitive advantage for our Canadian entrepreneurs, and we support that. When he talks about talking points, the Canada Child Benefit, when I was younger, would have given my mother, my brother, and me over $1,000 more per month. That's not taxable. That's a 40% reduction of child poverty in Canada. We're proud of it. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. A parrot. The problem with the Liberal government is credibility. There's none. unkept promises, attacks that intend to divide Canadians, words that never become action, and repeated excuses for unexpected consequences. In Ottawa, we want a national league level government, but we have the B team for a garage level team. It's time to change coaches. Canadians deserve better. Will someone on the backbench finally rise and demand that the Minister of Finance stop scoring on his own net against small businesses and Canadian farms? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. It's ironic to be told that I'm from someone who's reading his question. The government is concentrating on growth, which they were not able to accomplish for the 10 years they were in power. Who concentrated on giving tax breaks to the wealthiest. We are experiencing the strongest growth over the last 10 years. Prosperity and growth are both important. Prosperity has to be inclusive, however.
Je vais rappeler au député de Mégantic-l'Érable, il y a eu la patience de la Chambre pour demander sa question et il devrait écouter la réponse, même s'il ne l'aime pas. Alors, il n'y avait pas de traduction.
Oh, there was no interpretation. Is it working now?
People deserve the right to listen to the question as they deserve the right to be heard when the answer is there. So I would ask for that respect. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Madam Speaker, Francophone communities, including Quebec, are really not pleased that Liberals signed a secret agreement with Netflix without guaranteed investment in Francophone content. That's a total injustice for our broadcasters in Canada that have to play by the rules. Even worse, this is going to endanger our culture in Quebec and Francophone minorities. It's not complicated. The Liberals are letting an American company decide our culture for the future. Do Quebec MPs on the other side agree with subcontracting the protection of our culture to Americans? Madam Speaker, our creative and artistic talents are working every day to create unique stories about who we are. Our government will always defend our artists. $1.9 billion has already been invested in arts and culture. We've reinvested in the media fund to ensure production, and we've invested $125 million to ensure that we can share our stories with the world. We believe in our artists, and we are adapting our system to the digital era. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. The government is talking about a historic agreement, but it's certainly historic for Netflix. As you know, when the cat's away, the mice will play. That's exactly what's happening. There are a lot of people who are really sleeping at the switch here. They have been sung to sleep by the song of American producers. When they promised to fight tax evasion, the Minister of Heritage has signed basically a tax avoidance agreement with Netflix. Who's going to be next? Google? Facebook? With all of the CRA's so-called efforts to fight tax evasion, is the Minister of Revenue pleased that her colleague for Heritage is signing contracts to perpetuate blatant unfairness and prevent these companies from paying their fair share? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. My colleague is giving me the opportunity to talk about all the work we've done for tax evasion and avoidance. We've invested significant sums that have allowed us to get on the right track to go and get back $25 billion. 335 cases were referred to criminal investigations. $44 million in penalties imposed on third parties. We are continuing to work for Canadians, and we're doing what we promised.
Our River.
So, it sounds like the answer is yes. Last year, Netflix said it would continue to send, quote, hundreds of millions of dollars in Canada. But yesterday, the Heritage Minister bragged about a sweet deal she scored securing $100 million a year. That's about 1% of Netflix budget just for content creation. And this happened at the same time that in Canada, Netflix raised its prices. This is a great PR opportunity for Netflix, and they get to maintain their unfair advantage in the marketplace. A fantastic deal for Netflix. But what did we get?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is committed to growing our creative industries. The deal with Netflix is part and parcel of that. It's a huge, huge vote of confidence by a global player for the first time ever to make an investment. It's a vote of confidence in the strength of our Canadian creators. This is a good news story. $500 million over 5 years. We are world leaders, and this has now been recognized by a global player. Nothing but good news here, Madam Speaker.
I remember for North Island, Powell River.
Well, let's do some math, Madam Speaker. Netflix raises its prices by $1 a month on Canadian accounts. With the millions of users in Canada, that generates about $72 million a year of new revenue for Netflix. To be clear, nearly 3/4 of this massive commitment from Netflix is coming directly from the pockets of Canadians.
That's right.
And we already knew Netflix intended to maintain investments in Canada. So knowing this, will the minister admit that Canadians got ripped off?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, this deal with Netflix speaks volumes to the strength of the creative sector here in Canada. This is a global player who, for the first time, has invested outside of the United States, and they chose Canada. Canadians love Netflix. Netflix loves the Canadian creative sector. This is a win-win for Canada. It's a win-win for consumers. It's a win-win for our creators. This is a good news story. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I remember for Chilliwack Hope.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are learning more about who wins and who loses under the Liberal tax change plan. It's very simple. Mom-and-pop shop owners lose. Family-run restaurants lose. Farm families lose. Big Bay Street firms like Finance Minister's own Morneau Chappelle, they win. Clearly, the minister's in a conflict. He preaches the gospel of tax fairness while sheltering his own family fortune from the harmful changes he proposes. Can the Finance Minister explain why small business owners in my riding should pay more while he and his companies get a free ride?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, we've always been very clear. At this point in our tax system, there is unfairness that is built into the system, and we want to fix them to make sure that the wealthiest Canadians can't incorporate to have access to tax advantages that the vast majority of Canadians do not have access to. Our objective is to make sure that our SME tax rate is low, the lowest in the G7, make sure the tax rate on the middle class is low, and to fix the problems in a tax system.
Business owners in my riding didn't make their fortunes on Bay Street. They aren't trust fund babies, and they certainly don't have any taxpayer-funded nannies. The small business owners in my riding are middle-class working families who work hard, take risks, and make sacrifices to put food on their tables and support our community. Why should these families pay more while the Minister and the Prime Minister protect their own family fortunes from these harmful Liberal tax changes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, if he wants to talk about passive investments and investment income that is passive, more than 80% of revenue generated through passive investment go to 1.7% of Canadian businesses, essentially 29,000 businesses. Our objective is not to target small businesses and middle-class entrepreneurs. We want to ensure more tax fairness to make sure that everyone pays their fair share.
Moose Mountain.
Madam Speaker, my constituent Dakin owns a successful local family business. He has managed to raise his family of 6 and has contributed to the local economy through employment. Dakin ruptured his patella and had surgery with serious complications, which prevent him from walking. There were no benefits, there were no sick days, there are no vacations. His wife drives him to work and job sites. He continues to bid on projects and he supervises while he is infirmed. How is it fair that hard-working people like Dakin will have to now pay more taxes while the fortunes of the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister are unaffected?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. We will always be behind small businesses and behind all our entrepreneurs in Canada who are the basis of our growth. That is why we are keeping the tax rate low for small businesses. We encourage them to reinvest in growth and innovation of their businesses. We will always be behind our entrepreneurs. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Lévis. Madam Speaker, every year, hundreds of children have an exceptional artistic experience at Le Moulin La Lorraine. This happens thanks to a generous contribution by Pulio insurance in Saint-Justine that funds their travel by bus. With the Liberals' tax increase that is going to strangle local SMEs, the Liberals are compromising exceptional community initiatives. Why is the Minister of Finance attacking the cultural development of youth in Lac and Chemin by raising taxes, whereas their fortunes will not be affected? The Parliamentary Secretary. Once again, I will repeat that our objective here is more tax fairness, because what we've observed is that some Canadians among the wealthiest, and I doubt that the situation he's described are part of it, are affected by this. These wealthiest Canadians are encouraged to incorporate to benefit from a better tax rate. I'll give you an example. A professional who incorporates, who has $300,000, can divide his income to reduce it to a salary of $48,000. This is an advantage that's accessible to only some. These are legal, but they are unfair, and this is the type of problem we're trying to rectify.
This isn't fairness, it's hypocrisy. The Prime Minister was clear on how he feels about small businesses, that they're just tax shelters used by wealthy Canadians to avoid paying taxes. They framed their tax grab on business owners as an attempt to close loopholes for the wealthy 1% and those who live in gated communities, those like the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. The Liberals talk a good game, but their actions tell a different story. While small business owners face tough choices, the fortunes of the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister will be sheltered. Fairness. In what universe is that fair?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Finance.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, we will always be behind the middle class. The first thing we did when we took power in 2015 was to increase taxes for the wealthiest 1% and reduce them for 9 million Canadians. We went forward with a Canada Child Benefit that is more progressive, that is going to help hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. For 10 years, the Conservatives were giving tax breaks to the wealthiest among us. Our objective is to help the middle class, to help our SMEs, and to ensure there's more fairness in our tax system.
Yeah, they'll stand behind business owners with their hands in their pocket, Madam Speaker. Businesses thrive on stability, and all they see from this government is fiscal uncertainty. They worry for their employees and their families. Will kids be able to go to university, or will they have to settle for less? What choices will they have to make? Will they let people go or just close up shop altogether? Why is this Prime Minister conducting this assault on the middle class and those working hard just to stay in it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, I think we've been very clear towards Canadians in our last campaign that we committed to supporting the middle class, to reduce inequality, and to review our tax system to deal with certain inequalities in the system. That's what we're trying to rectify. We are doing consultations that will end next week. We are listening to Canadians, farmers, small businesses in order to make sure we do things right.
For Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
We've learned that this government spent more than 110,000 fighting First Nations girl in court. They fought to block payment for the orthodontic treatment that cost just $6,000 to save her teeth. Instead, the government spent 18 times more money fighting her in court. This is sickening. This government promised a nation-to-nation relationship. They promised that the relationship with First Nations people is the most important. How can they stand and repeat those lines while continuing to fight First Nations kids in court?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services and Economic Development.
Madam Speaker, while I cannot speak about the specifics of a case, we know that there are issues with the non-insured health benefits program. This isn't something new. I've met with Deputy Grand Chief Smallboy, Chief Janice Henderson, Chief Patricia Big George, Chief Collins, and Grand Chief Daniels, among others. We are all committed to reforming the system, and we'll build upon the work we have all begun. The Prime Minister and Minister of Indigenous Services are absolutely committed to making improvements to the non-insured health benefits program and are taking other steps towards true reconciliation.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Madam Speaker, the Human Rights Tribunal was very clear. The government must end legal proceedings against Indigenous children who need medical treatment. It's clear that that could be done now. And yet the government spent $110,000 to fight against one child that needed dental surgery costing $6,000. It makes absolutely no sense. Will the minister commit to stopping this legal battle right now to cover those medical costs and end the systematic denial of medical services to Indigenous children? Thank you.
To the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, as I said, I can't speak about the specifics of a case. The Minister and I have been working with partners, and I am willing to work with the members opposite to improve the non-insured health benefits program. The Prime Minister and Minister of Indigenous Services are committed to building positive change and working with all partners to improve the lives of Indigenous Canadians.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madam Speaker, last week I heard from Mike, chairman of Trimac Manufacturing in Elmira. Mike employs 150 Canadians and had purchased more land with plans to expand his company and add another 100 employees. But these proposed Liberal tax changes have halted all of his plans. In fact, Mike is now planning on selling the land and downsizing his operations. Why has the Finance Minister designed a system that will make Mike pay huge increases in tax that will cripple his business while the family fortunes of the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister remain untouched? How is that fair?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Once again, I will repeat. The tax rates of SMEs are the lowest among the G7. We encourage our entrepreneurs to invest in growth and innovation. And you'll see, Madam Speaker, that it works. Since we've taken power, 400,000 jobs were created, most of them full-time. We have a system that encourages more growth and prosperity and inclusive prosperity for all Canadians. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Madam Speaker, most local business owners are part of the middle class. These are people who dedicate their time, their energy, and their efforts to paying the bills and paying their employees before they pay themselves. These are not large multinationals. They are our neighbours, and they are the pillars of the local economy in Lévis-Lotbinière. Why is the Prime Minister targeting our local businesses with a massive tax increase, threatening jobs and the communities that depend on them? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will repeat that we are keeping tax rates low for our SMEs. We know that SMEs are important for the Canadian economy, and we will always be behind our entrepreneurs. The only thing is that we've observed in our tax system there are systemic unfairness, and they encourage the wealthiest to incorporate and access tax advantages that most people in the middle class, that my constituents, his constituents, do not have access to. We are going to reform the tax system to ensure a bit more fairness.
For Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, more than 110,000 energy workers lost their jobs since 2015. The Liberals are making it worse. 70% of oil and gas service and supply companies are small businesses. They've been hit especially hard. The Liberals already added red tape and more costs. Now they're planning to kick them while they're down with a huge tax hike, while sheltering the Finance Minister's billion-dollar family business and the PM's family fortune. That's not fair. Why are the Liberals making it so much harder for struggling small businesses?
The honourable member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I've said many times in the House, we've been able to do what the Harper government could not achieve in a decade. We have approved infrastructure projects that will create tens of thousands of good-paying middle-class jobs across Canada. And let me tell you what some of those jobs are, Madam Speaker. Nova Gas Pipeline, 3,000 jobs. Line 3 replacement jobs, 7,000 jobs. Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline, 15,440 jobs. And Madam Speaker, I could go on and on. These projects and others will create more than 38,000 good-paying jobs in Canada.
I just want to remind the members of the official opposition that they have an opportunity when they're asking the questions to have the respect of the House, and I expect that you in return will allow that respect to flow through this House. The member for Barrie-Ennisville has been screaming quite a bit throughout, and I just want to say that it's not acceptable. And to allow the government side to answer the question, even though you may not be in agreement with that question, they still deserve that respect. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, I asked about taxes, but yesterday the minister agreed with me that natural resources drive Canada's economy. But since he started his job, more Alberta energy workers have lost their jobs in nearly 40 years. More than 600,000 Canadians work in energy. More than 6 of them have lost their jobs under the Liberals. Energy is the biggest private sector investor in Canada, but under the Liberals, it's had the biggest 2-year decline in 70 years. Now they'll hammer them even more with this new huge tax grab. When will the Liberals Liberals actually walk their talk and champion Canadian energy small businesses.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said a moment ago, I could go on and on about job creations. Canadian knows that strong action on the environment is good for our economy. It makes us more competitive, it fosters innovations, and reduces pollution. Our support for the energy sector reflects a balanced approach that ensures the environment is protected and we continue to create good, well-paying jobs for Canadians, many of which are in Alberta. After 10 years of inaction by the Harper Conservatives, we have approved pipelines, creating tens of thousands of good-paying middle-class jobs across Canada. Our approach builds communities.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, today the CAMI strike continues in Ingersoll, where workers' jobs are currently threatened with relocation to Mexico. The jobs that are at risk sustain workers' families, the region, and Madam Speaker, these good manufacturing jobs sustain this country. They must be kept in this community.
Hear, hear.
The loss of terrain production cost more than 400 jobs, and now a second line is at risk. Yet the Liberals are still missing in action. These workers are standing up for all workers in this country. When will this Liberal government stand up for them?
Here, here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Innovation and Science.
Madam Speaker, we obviously as a government understand the critical importance of the automotive sector in Canada and with respect to Canada's economy. Our government is committed to keeping Canada's automotive sector globally innovative and globally competitive. We've recently launched a Strategic Innovation Fund to continue to attract and support new high-quality investments in a number of sectors, but in particular the automotive sector. So our strategy, Madam Speaker, is to continue to support this sector as we move forward in light of the current context, and we'll continue to put our money where our mouth is.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
The Liberal government says its most important relationship is with Canada's Indigenous peoples. Well, Madam Speaker, while they're fighting young girls in court to stop dental procedures, they're also denying the Nuu-chah-nulth nations the rights to catch and sell fish on their traditional lands. The Nuu-chah-nulth won and reaffirmed their rights at the BC Supreme Court 8 years ago. Madam Speaker, they don't want to be in court, they want to be on the water fishing. When will the Liberals stop dragging their feet, finally honour their commitment to Indigenous people, and respect their legal rights?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Madam Speaker, I had the pleasure to attend many Indigenous communities over the summer and visit and understand the very close and important relationship that our Indigenous peoples have with fish. That's why our government is investing over $250 million over the next 5 years to make sure that there is access to fish and to have the capacity to fish. That includes more than $60 million on an ongoing basis. These commitments are already working to create real middle-class jobs in the fishing sector for our Indigenous communities. Over 2,800 middle-class jobs to date, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, poverty is an issue that all governments work to address. The last federal government achieved next to nothing in reducing the poverty rate in Canada. I was glad to see our government introduce the Canada Child Benefit in Budget 2016. This is a great help for the families in my riding of Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Could the minister inform us on the next steps toward his mandate to create a poverty reduction strategy? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much to the member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill for that question and for her focus as well on seniors' poverty. Every Canadian deserves a real chance at success and to retire with dignity. And this is why, since we've taken office, our government has taken significant and concrete action to reduce poverty in this country. In fact, the minister hosted a national poverty conference this week to engage stakeholders and people with experience to find out how we can do even better on this subject. Our government will soon be delivering the first ever Canadian poverty reduction strategy, which will tackle the impacts of poverty and in particular the impacts that racism and sexism have on this sector. We'll be setting clear targets and having clear...
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Madam Speaker, Theo Custers and his wife Gertie immigrated to Canada and have worked hard all their lives. They run a dairy farm in my riding with their son Martin and their daughter-in-law Elsie. Theo was planning on passing his business on to his son, but under this new Liberal tax grab, the tax bill for retiring farmers will be significantly higher if they sold to their son rather than to a large corporate entity. Why has the finance minister designed a tax system where Teo's family will pay significantly higher taxes, while the family fortune of the Prime Minister and the finance minister won't be touched? How is that fair?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. We have listened to farmers and met with representatives of the agricultural sector. I can assure you that we will listen to the sector's opinions when we formulate our plan. Our priority is to ensure tax fairness while avoiding unintended consequences for our hard-working farmers. I can assure you that our government will not change the tax advantages that help family businesses grow and create jobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Les Lake, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk to the Minister of Finance. A car dealership in my riding is going to invest $5 million this year to expand and to create more jobs and create more clientele. This type of investment would not have been possible if the owner had not been able to make long-term investments, which the Liberals now want to tax with their unfair reforms. Why does the government want to penalize job-creating businesses in Quebec, including in my riding? Well, the family fortunes of the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister won't be affected. I would just remind the member, because it's been twice now, that it's not acceptable to make reference to a parrot, because that's a personal attack. So I just wanted to warn you about that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member's lack of respect does him dishonor. I know he can do better. I would like to reassure business owners who are listening to us that our objective is greater tax fairness. We're keeping the tax rate low for businesses because we know that that's important for the economy. We know that they contribute to growth. We want to create growth, and that's what we've been trying to do since we were elected. 400,000 new jobs, the strongest GDP growth among G7 countries. These are results that they never managed to get. We are staying on track to have greater tax fairness.
McMurray Cold Lake.
Madam Speaker, my office has been flooded with calls from small business owners regarding the Liberal small business tax hike. Times are difficult in Fort McMurray Cold Lake, and businesses can't afford a new massive Liberal tax on investment. Everyone I've spoken to all agree this is just a reckless tax grab. So why is someone like Brad Newsat, who owns Lackbridge Ford, being hit with a huge tax hike when the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister have family fortunes and businesses that won't be affected? How is that fair?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would remind the member that we are currently in a consultation period. We're listening to Canadians to make sure that we do things right. We don't want to have any unintended consequences to these changes. The fact is that our current tax system involves some inequalities, and that means that some of the wealthiest Canadians have access to tax advantages that the vast majority of Canadians do not have access to. We will always support small businesses and the middle class. And I would remind him, Madam Speaker, that they voted against many measures which would have helped the middle class.
Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, the new Liberal tax hikes on local businesses are set to make life very hard for farm families, young entrepreneurs, and local business operators. Why did the Finance Minister design a system by which farmers and local businesses in my riding will pay significantly higher taxes, while the family fortune of the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister's family fortunes won't be touched? How is this fair for hardworking Canadians and their families?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I would say that as long as money is being invested in the business, in growth, well, there won't be any change. We still have the lowest tax rate among G7 countries for small businesses, and we know that we want to create a competitive environment for small businesses. The only thing is that in our current system, there are inequalities that encourage certain of the wealthiest Canadians, not the middle class, but wealthy Canadians, to incorporate and have access to tax advantages that the middle class doesn't have access to. We think we can do better, and it can be fairer.
Member for Regina Louvain.
Madam Speaker, the new Minister of Public Services and Procurement has yet to agree to appear before the Government Operations Committee. As Vice Chair of that committee, I'm wondering when this government will respond to the all-party report we tabled more than 9 months ago calling on Canada Post to restore door-to-door mail delivery? Or should Canadians write return to sender on the Liberal platform as broken promises pile up faster than junk mail around a community mailbox?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Well, of course, Madam Speaker, our government has delivered on its promise and its commitment to suspend implementation of community mailboxes and to undertake a comprehensive review of Canada Post, and the member knows that very well because he participated in that very review, the review undertaken by the Committee on Government Operations, accompanied by a special task force. We have their reports. We have all of the evidence. The government is considering the future of this treasured national institution that is Canada Post and its employees, and we will report to the House this year.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Madam Speaker, because of delays in processing for income tax returns, families in my riding are often losing 6 or 7 months' worth of benefits before receiving their Canada Child benefit. It's totally unacceptable. These families are already working very hard, and this is making their lives even more precarious. Perhaps the Liberals should wake up before they end up with another Phoenix-style fiasco on their hands. Will the government take this seriously and hire more staff for the CRA? That would help meet families' needs because they're just working hard to make ends meet. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. The CRA offers quality services to Canadians. It's unacceptable that certain Canadians don't get their credits and benefits within a reasonable time period. These credits and benefits are an important part of the budgets for many Canadians who are living in a vulnerable situation, and we are doing everything we can to make them more accessible. I would remind how important it is for Canadians to prepare their income tax returns so that they can have access to those credits and benefits that they're entitled to.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Andrew and his wife risked everything to open a small coffee shop in Vernon. They built a life plan based within Canadian tax laws. Now this Liberal government is threatening to tear up their life plan, changing the law and killing their initiative to be independent. Why has the Finance Minister designed a system by which Andrew and his wife will pay significantly higher taxes while the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister's family business fortunes won't be touched? How is that fair?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, the fact is that our current tax system includes some inequalities. And this means that some of the wealthiest Canadians can be encouraged to incorporate to have access to tax advantages that the middle class don't have access to. We think we can do better. We don't think it's fair that for a professional who has $300,000 a year, he can incorporate and save a huge amount of money every year. We support our small businesses and our middle-class entrepreneurs, and we always will be.
Caribou Prince George.
Chair, that a billionaire finance minister and a millionaire prime minister's trust fund and fortunes will be protected under these current changes. That's not fair, Madam Speaker. Ranching and forestry are economic drivers of communities throughout British Columbia. Evan, a rancher in my riding, stood beside his family and his neighbours and courageously fought back the fires. They save properties and lives. He asked me this recently. With a devastating fire season we have just come through and all we're dealing with, and now the tax changes that are being proposed by this government, our ranchers don't stand a chance. When will the Finance Minister abandon these tax changes and start standing up for foresters and ranchers?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, we were elected on a very clear promise to the middle class and to our small businesses. That's why we're keeping the lowest tax rate for businesses in the G7. We're encouraging them to invest in their businesses for growth and innovation. The only problem is that in our current system, we're not targeting small business owners, but very wealthy Canadians who have access to these tax advantages. That's what we want to fix. That's why we're consulting to make sure that we're doing things right. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
A member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recently asked about how this government's proposed tax changes would affect farmers using AgriInvest, and it was obvious by the Parliamentary Secretary's answer that he has no idea how AgriInvest works. AgriInvest is a self-help tool that allows and encourages farmers to put money away for a rainy day. In essence, Madam Speaker, it is a way for farmers to get their income from the marketplace and not from their mailboxes. But now the Finance Minister wants to triple the tax on something that the Agriculture Minister has urged farmers to do. Just tell me, how the heck is that fair?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Federal, provincial and territorial representatives for agriculture came to a framework agreement. The Canadian Partnership for Agriculture will come into force on April 1st, 2018. It will strengthen farmers' and producers' ability to compete worldwide. This partnership is investing $3 billion over 5 years in science and innovation, as well as trade, environment, and industries. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Madam Speaker, with its new national defence policy, the government has acknowledged that when it comes to the military, people are our most precious resource. But last year, the Auditor General indicated that the armed forces were facing a dire shortage of staff and that the problem was actually getting worse. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence inform this House of the efforts undertaken to reverse this trend and ensure that our regular and reserve forces are strong, notably in Quebec, and everywhere else in Canada too? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, tomorrow Canadians will be able to see the exceptional work that reservists do here in Canada and abroad. On Saturday, September 30th, all of the units of the reserve forces will be opening their doors to Canadians. This initiative is part of the Army's efforts to recruit new members and reservists. This is a unique opportunity to meet soldiers in their working environment and to learn more about their important contribution. I invite all of my colleagues to promote this event so that this Doors Open event will be a big success.
Senator Lanigan.
Madam Speaker, we have just learned that a government employee from CRA has been suspended for 6 days for taking home over 1,000 files. Canadians need to know whether their personal information has been compromised. My question to the Minister, can she please inform this House of what information the government may have about the theft of these sensitive files?
The Minister of Natural Revenue.
Madam Speaker, I want to reassure my colleague that confidentiality is our #1 priority. I am not aware of the case that my colleague has just mentioned, but please rest assured that we are doing everything necessary, Madam Speaker, to ensure that people's data is confidential.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Madam Speaker, the dream of home ownership seems to be moving further and further away from middle-class Canadians in my riding of Scarborough-Guildwood. While many of my constituents try to save for what will likely be the biggest investment in their lives, we continue to see stories of rampant speculation by certain individuals who cheat the system. Would the Minister of National Revenue update the House and all Canadians on the progress made to crack down on those who do not comply with real estate tax laws?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
I want to thank my colleague for that important question. Our government recognizes the importance of a fair housing market for all Canadians. We have increased the agency real estate audits in the Vancouver and Toronto markets. These audits found over $275 million in reported income. We have applied over $20 million in penalties through these audits. Let me be clear, tax evaders can no longer hide.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, the Public Safety Minister is closing down the Canada Border Services office in my riding of Oshawa. Oshawa is investing millions of dollars in their runway infrastructure to make our community more competitive, while the Liberals continue to introduce policies that do the exact opposite. There was no consultation on this Liberal decision until after the fact, Madam Speaker. Local governments have been trying to reach out to the minister, but have received absolutely no word as to why the CBSA office is being shut down in my riding. Will the minister explain why he has decided to negatively impact Oshawa's growth as a transportation hub and kill local jobs and future opportunities?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, our officials did talk with the City of Oshawa, with the Mayor, and made it very clear that services are going to be improving. That, in fact, in Oshawa, there are going to be more Canadian Border Services agencies available to process goods and services and passengers. So I'm pleased to say that for Durham Region and Oshawa, this is a material improvement, and it is good news.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, the government won't stop attacking former Aveos employees. They made them lose their job in 2012 by refusing to enforce the Air Canada Act. They even changed the law last year to ensure that they wouldn't be able to get their jobs back. And now the government is chasing after them to get back the employment insurance payments they were paid 5 years ago. My question for the minister is, will the government stop persecuting the 400 former Aveos employees and cancel their employment insurance debts?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you for the question. On the question of Aveos employees, they are in a delicate situation.
Working together to offer flexibility and options to ensure people are treated fairly and respectfully as we move to correct the situation and address individual cases as they appear.
Honourable Member for Mirabel. This is ridiculous, Madam Speaker. This file has been sitting on the minister's desk for 4 months. Once again this week, while in a limo, he's sending collection agencies to harass former Aveos employees. And it's not that there isn't enough money. There's a surplus of $1.4 billion in the EI fund. $1.4 billion in surplus, and he can't find $4 million to correct an injustice that he himself created. What is the government waiting for to fix this and to give justice to these employees?
Mr. Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I recognize that former Avios employees are in a very delicate situation.
This is a very significant issue, and we are working very hard to address it. But in this situation, according to EI regulations, the Employment Insurance Commission of Canada has the authority to write off these overpayments, and they do so on a case-by-case basis. This is something that we are working hard to address and have worked with officials in that jurisdiction to make sure that we address it as quickly as possible and as fairly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, no one wants to take responsibility for this issue. 4 months is how long it took to change the law and ensure that these former employees lost their jobs forever. But then when it comes to stop harassing them, well, it's too complicated for the government. I have an email from the PMO, the same Prime Minister who stood with Aveos employees 5 years ago. And what did he say to the Aveos employees? Well, now he's saying that it's the minister's responsibility. It's the minister who should lose his job. So when is this debt going to be cancelled?
Our department and the Canada Revenue Agency are working together to offer flexibility and options to ensure that people are treated fairly and respectfully. We know that, and the House knows that the Social Security Tribunal is an arm's-length judiciary process that deals with these cases on a case-by-case basis. We are working hard to make sure the situation is addressed properly and fairly, and we'll be reporting back to the House when new developments occur.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Clearly, the Liberal Party is very far from the ordinary people and isn't there for them. Now, this is a question for the Minister of Heritage. We can see that foreign internet companies who want to do business in Canada can count on the Minister and on the federal government. Netflix, Google, Spotify, Amazon, and those types of companies will have it easy compared to Quebec companies. This is total submission. This is the colonization of our digital assets. How can the minister justify giving an advantage to foreign companies and rewarding tax delinquency when she would never do this for Quebec companies? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, perhaps the Bloc Québécois doesn't like our government's vision about our creative industry, but we think it's important. The SOCAN congratulated the minister on her initiative because it showcases how important our music creators are, and other organizations have the same opinion. The Minister of Heritage's vision is to have Canada as a key player on the world cultural stage.
Fin de la période de questions. Monsieur Marcel, est-ce que vous avez un point d'ordre?
That concludes question period. Mr. Marcel, are you rising on a point of order? Yes, point of order. I seek the unanimous consent to table the email from the Prime Minister's office. Is there unanimous consent to table? There is no unanimous consent.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have two petitions today to present to the House. The first is from a group of very concerned young women and men who would like the Government of Canada to support free prescription birth control. 15% of Canadians have no contraception at all, and a significant number of Canadian women cannot afford contraception. Madam Speaker, the undersigned asks this House to support my motion M65 that calls on the federal government to work with the provinces to cover the full cost of prescribed contraceptives. My second petition has to do with protecting the rivers and lakes in this country. As you may recall, the Conservative government stripped away environmental regulations through the Navigable Waters Act and left hundreds of thousands of rivers and lakes vulnerable. In my city of London, the North Thames, the Middle Thames, and the river itself are at risk. This is a heritage river, Madam Speaker, and the signatories to this petition are asking that this federal government live up to its promises in regard to environmental protection and support my bill, C-355, which commits to protection of the Thames River and amending the Navigable Protection Act. Wow. Thank you.
The presenting petitions, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to present three petitions. The first relating to conscience protection. They highlight that coercion, intimidation, and other forms of pressure are being applied to force physicians and healthcare professionals, institutions to be parties to assisted suicide and euthanasia, which is in violation to the freedoms of conscience in Canada. And also, it's another broken promise by the government when they passed legislation regarding assisted suicide. And they're calling on this Parliament to enshrine in the Criminal Code protection of conscience for physicians and institutions. The second petition relates to a national senior strategy. They highlight the fact that right now, the 1 in 6 Canadians is a senior. Within 12 and a half years, it'll be 1 in 4. This major demographic change in Canada needs to be prepared for, and we need to have a national senior strategy so we can properly care for our aging population. And the last one deals with palliative care. Madam Speaker, this petition highlights the fact that 70% of Canadians that need palliative care in the last days of their life do not have it available to them, and they're asking to ensure that palliative care is available to every Canadian that needs it. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my honour to rise to present e-petition 1007, initiated by one of my constituents with over 1,000 signatures, requesting that changes to the pardon system made in 2012 be reversed. The changes brought forward under the previous government in 2012 resulted in a significant increase in wait times before a pardon could even be applied for. As well, the changes resulted in a 400% cost increase for those applying for a pardon. That has negatively impacted constituents in my riding, as well as many ridings throughout Canada. as families work hard to rebuild their lives. So it's an honor to submit this petition to the House.
Petitions, présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to present a couple of petitions today. First of all, petition E575, which calls upon the Government of Canada to empower Canadians to be responsible for their own health and safety by removing the prohibition of sound moderators from the Criminal Code. Majority of G7 nations allow for the legal use of sound moderators by hunters and sports shooters to reduce noise pollution and noise complaints around shooting ranges, near farms, and other areas where hunting and target shooting is legal. And I'd also like to present e-petition E1053, which calls upon the House of Commons to revoke C45, the Cannabis Act. The petitioners are deeply concerned about how the legalization of cannabis will affect Canadian youth. For example, the government's proposal that every household will be able to contain 4 marijuana plants will make possession of cannabis by children incredibly difficult to control and make it harder to prevent distribution of this thought-impairing drug by criminals. Thank you.
Pétition, l'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The honourable member for Bellechasse et Lévis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I would like to table 2 petitions on the same subject. Canadians from across the country, from BC and Alberta, namely, dealing with impaired driving and the need for minimum sentences for people having caused death.
Impaired driving laws are too lenient, that in the interest of public safety, we as Canadians want to see tougher laws and the implementation of new mandatory minimum sentencing for those persons convicted of impaired driving. As you know, Madam Speaker, I have tabled a private member's bill in that regard, so I fully support those petitions. Thank you.
So just to remind the member that petitions is to read the petitions and not to provide support or not for that petition. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to table a petition signed by a number of Canadians, including from my riding and mostly in the Calgary area, concerned about the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. Specifically, in this petition, the undersigned request that the Canadian government condemn the illegal arrest of a Canadian citizen for practicing Falun Gong and call for the immediate and unconditional release of Canadian citizen Ms. Kang Sun. And so I table this petition on their behalf.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Projet de...
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning had 4 minutes of questions and comments. Does the honourable member for Edmonton Manning want to
ask him a question?
Oh, okay, questions and comments. Okay. So the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I listened with interest to the member for Edmonton Manning's speech on this important bill, and I wanted to ask him, I certainly noticed in the first 2 years of this new Liberal government, there was, any time they needed to make a difficult decision, there was lots of time to put off making a decision by saying we need to consult with Canadians, we need to get this right, we need to consult, and it went on and on and on, and they wouldn't take a firm position on anything. But now with this bill, they've rushed it through without conducting adequate consultation. So I wonder if he might just talk about the inconsistent approach of this government and why they should take the time to get this right.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
I thank my honourable colleague for a wonderful question. I think the tone of this government has been, and our experience and the Canadians, the vast majority of Canadians' experience with this government is they consult where they should not consult. And when they need to consult, they rush things through. And I think with their second half of their mandate, they seem that they fall behind because if they fool around with some of these files for a long time, and now all of a sudden they want to push them through without the proper consultation, without enough talking to the main stakeholders in all areas of interest. So therefore, this is a common trend that we've seen so far, and this is probably one of the worst that happened this season.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when I knocked on the many doors across my riding, what I heard again and again was great concern about the past Conservative government's failed ability to protect marine biodiversity. You know, when you look at the reality of where we are right now, 1.5% of our oceans have a protection. And that's certainly not enough for something that looks after our communities, that we need to see protected, not just for particular communities, but for many. You know, businesses across my riding, they use that. If they are people who are harvesting from the ocean or people who are tourist industries that are sharing the beauty of our area. So we desperately need that protected area. So I just want to ask the member, why did the Conservatives continue to gut environmental regulations instead of really protecting them as they needed to?
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
I think, Madam Speaker, record speaks louder than some of those statements that we hear from here and then. I do appreciate the question from the member on the NTP side, but that's not true because we believe in all the environmental responsibilities, whether to any level of areas. And we've invested $252 million during our previous government to secure the ecological sensitivities in the lands and in the oceans. Therefore, we've done what we can. Our approach has to be balanced. This is how we look at things, and we have to do proper consultation and proper talking to the main stakeholders in all areas in order to have such a balanced approach that is going to serve Canada for the long run.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to indicate that I'm sharing my time with the member for Oshawa. And I'd ask, Madam Speaker, if you would give me just a 1-minute warning before my time is up. It's always a pleasure to rise in the House to speak on behalf of my constituents of Chilliwack Hope, and especially when it comes to things that relate to fisheries and oceans. Chilliwack and Hope are home to a large stretch of the Fraser River, which runs through the heart of my riding and represents, quite frankly, the geographical and even the it certainly does play that role in our community, whether it's Indigenous fishing, sports fishing. These are interests that are represented and that take full advantage of that great natural resource. And so any time that I can get up and talk about fisheries and oceans legislation, I welcome the opportunity to do it. We're here talking about Bill C-55, and this is a bill that purports to set aside some percentage of the ocean in marine protected areas and ban certain activities from happening in those areas. And as I said, as the member from Edmonton Manning has just concluded, the main issue that we have here is that the government has failed to adequately consult with the stakeholders that will be most impacted by this decision, whether it's angling groups, whether it is Indigenous groups. These groups have not been consulted. There is real confusion as to what the government's plans are, and I think as the member from Caribou Prince George indicated earlier in the debate, there's been numerous studies and numerous witnesses that appeared before the Fisheries and Oceans Committee that have shown that this is a slapdash approach that will not serve the environment well. It certainly will not serve fishers well or communities well that will be impacted by the arbitrary targets that have been set by this government. And it reminds me, I mentioned the Fraser River, Madam Speaker. All summer long, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans failed to adequately consult with, failed to adequately respond to concerns of sports fishing interests on the Fraser River. They tried in vain, through numerous letters, through calls, through contacts with members of Parliament across the political spectrum, to get some action, to get the river opened for sports fishing when other interests were exercising their right to fish. And I think that was a real disappointment for the people in my riding, especially the Fraser River Sport Fishing Alliance. They wrote to me, they contacted my friend from Caribou Prince George and others, because they were frustrated at the lack of response from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, which we see in C-55 as well, ignoring stakeholders and their concerns when it comes to fisheries policy. In this case, the Fraser River Sports Fishing Alliance supports conservation first and foremost. That's what they want to see done. That's their primary concern as well. They want the fishery to be there for future generations, as it has been there for us. And they respect the constitutional priority that's given to First Nations for food, social, and ceremonial fisheries. They respect that. However, what they don't respect is a Department of Fisheries and Oceans that doesn't respect them, that doesn't take into consideration the specific concerns that they've raised, that does not provide any flexibility to allow them to use selective fishing methods, to allow them to get out on the water with their kids and grandkids, to exercise the right that they have to enjoy that public resource. So I bring that up because they brought it up with me, and I told them I would bring it here to the House of Commons. It's endemic of the concerns that we have with DFO's approach, with this Minister of Fisheries and Oceans approach to stakeholders who have a very real interest in how our fisheries are managed in this country. Another aspect of this bill is to prevent oil and gas development activity where these marine protected areas are developed. And it's just a real lack of consultation that's been, again, a pattern for this government. When they brought in their ill-advised and top-down Arctic offshore drilling moratorium, they didn't even have the courtesy to give the Premier of the Northwest Territories, the Premier of Nunavut, a heads up. They called them, actually they did, they called them 2 hours before the announcement that offshore oil and gas would be banned in the Arctic offshore. And what does that mean? First of all, it means that devolution to the territories meant nothing. It meant that Ottawa knows best, that decisions on what's best for Northerners would continue to be made south of 60 in the Prime Minister's office. And that's a real step backwards when the people of Nunavut and the Northwest Territories specifically worked for years to get a devolution agreement that gave them the power over decision-making on things like natural resources, on things like energy. And to have that stripped away by a press release from the Prime Minister's office, instead of respecting our northern communities who will see a lack of economic opportunity. And the Premier Bob McLeod said this feels like a step backwards. We spent a lot of time negotiating a devolution agreement, and we thought the days were gone when we'd have unilateral decisions made about the North in some faraway place like Ottawa, and that Northerners would be making the decisions about issues that affected Northerners. Peter Taptuna also said, we do not want to be getting to a state where we can make our own determination of our priorities, and the way we do that is to gain meaningful revenue from resource development. Or we do want to be getting to a state, Madam Speaker, forgive me, they want to be able to control their own destiny when it comes to natural resource development, and the federal government, with their Ottawa Knows Best approach, stepped in and killed that, very much in opposition of the Northwest Territory and Nunavut premiers. And when I've asked about this, when I was the Shadow Minister for Energy and the Shadow Minister for Fisheries and Oceans previously, I asked specifically through order paper questions, which are our opportunity for opposition members to submit in writing detailed questions to the government asking about government's activities that relate to any matter that we want to raise, quite frankly. And I did it on 2 occasions. I asked about the decision to conduct the offshore oil and gas ban, exploration ban in the North. I asked where were the consultations? And what I got back was, well, we didn't do the consultations before the announcement, but we're sure consulting now, after Ottawa has already made the decision. That's not the way that it should be done, Madam Speaker. If you want to get communities to come along with you, if you want to get community buy-in, you should consult before you make an announcement. And we see the same pattern again with C-55, where the consultation phase is cut short, a decision is made by the government, and then we will consult now that we've told you how it's going to be. It reminds me of the small business tax changes as well, Madam Speaker, that we're talking about right now, where the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister are not listening to Canadians. They're telling Canadians how it's going to be. And they're getting an earful because of that, Madam Speaker, because Canadians want to have the opportunity to be heard. They don't want to be told how it's going to be. And this, when I asked the government about this with their question 950, they responded and said, no consultations were done in advance. We're doing them after the fact. Another example was when they arbitrarily shut down the Northern Gateway pipeline project. I asked them specifically, did you consult with the Indigenous communities, the over 30 Indigenous communities who stood to gain $2 billion in economic activity in their remote northern communities where economic activity is a little bit scarce, Madam Speaker? I said, where were the consultations? Show me the consultations. They said, there were none. We didn't have an obligation to consult, so we just shut it down arbitrarily. So this is the pattern of this government. They say they're going to consult when they want to delay making a decision. When they want to put off the tough choices, they hide behind consultation. When they already know what they're going to do, when they have their Ottawa knows best approach, there are no consultations. They consult after the fact. That's why we will oppose C-55 because of this same approach to a lack of meaningful consultation. Ottawa knows best. Madam Speaker, that's not the approach that they should be taking, and we can't support it.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Colleague from Chilliwack for the amazing speech that he gave here this afternoon. One of the things that we hear over and over again is about a percentage of protected area, and that's very interesting to me, is the thing that we need to reach a certain percentage. So I was just wondering if the member can comment on that a little bit about percentages and perhaps where these percentages come from and how they can be used on the world stage. Thank you, Mr.
Chilliwack HoC.
Madam Speaker, it's clear that our previous Conservative government supported marine protected areas, but we believe that it should be done right. In fact, we established 3 of them, one in New Brunswick, one in my home province of British Columbia, and another in the Beaufort Sea. So we certainly don't oppose marine protected areas. In fact, we believe that we should move forward on them, but you have to do it the right way. And what this government has done is simply, again, have an Ottawa knows best approach, and they're once again preaching, trying to gain favor with international audiences, Madam Speaker. It has nothing to do with protecting the environment in Canada. It has nothing to do with making sure the oceans that so many Canadians rely on are available to them. It has to do with impressing people in foreign capitals with arbitrary targets and arbitrary deadlines. And that's not good for the Canadian economy. It's not good for the stakeholders that rely on the resource, and that's why we can't support this bill.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate the member from Chilliwack on his speech on this Bill C-55. I had the honour of sitting with the member for a short while on the Fisheries Committee and as deputy under him. And we did some travel to the Maritimes last year. And I'd just like to have him explain a little bit more about the consultation, what we heard from fishermen, how they need to know, or they need to have input into the fisheries programs, the possible closures that could help, possible closures that are in place that maybe need to be removed, and how they need to be able to provide that input.
Our member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it was a great trip that we took, specifically in PEI. We traveled around, and what we heard, again, was that Liberal members of Parliament were not consulting with the fishermen that were being impacted by their decisions. And the point was made time and time and time again that this sort of top-down, Ottawa knows best approach would never have taken place when another member from Edgemont, Gail Shea, was a member of Parliament and the Minister of Fisheries. This is a new approach from this Liberal government. It happened on things like the carapace size of lobsters, just a top-down DFO Ottawa decision that negatively impacted people in PEI. This government didn't care. They'd already made their decision, and they just imposed that decision on fishermen in PEI. And we heard that time and again. No consultation, no consideration of the economic impacts, and no realization of what this uncertainty would do to their businesses. And we see it again with the small business tax proposals, where they're bringing in uncertainty. They're punishing small business owners like fishermen, and we can't support that.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Oshawa. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And my colleague, thank you very much for your speech. And you really reiterate how the Liberals aren't listening. And
address the questions to the chair and not to the individual member.
Madam Speaker, I do know that. But E. McPherson, who is the Executive Director of Prince Edward Islands Fishermen Association, was very clear that fishing is the lifeblood of many of these communities, and they agree with the protection, but it has to be done in a prudent manner. Could he please comment on what this is going to do to the competitiveness of industries in these communities, and what kind of effect does he think it's going to have on the families who really rely on the fisheries for their livelihood?
About 30 seconds. A brief answer, please. The honourable
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's once again with this government, they don't care about competitiveness. They don't care about leakage of businesses to other jurisdictions that don't have the same red tape, that don't have the same tax regime, that don't have the same over-regulation. And we believe that we need to consider our competitiveness, whether it's in the fishery, whether it's in energy, whether it's in business, and this government fails on all counts.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as you know, as the MP for Oshawa, of course, I don't have an ocean coastline in front of my community, but we certainly have an active fishing community in Lake Ontario and certainly in our northern lake country. And as the son of a proud Navy officer, I grew up most of my formative years in Nova Scotia, and I certainly want to say hi to my family in Sydney. Yesterday, many of my colleagues had the opportunity to rise on Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. So I'll try not to be too repetitive here today, but I'm happy to be a voice for those affected by this most recent, poorly thought-out Liberal approach, because unfortunately their Liberal MPs won't be. As we all know, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans mandate letter instructs him, and I want to quote, work with the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to increase the proportion of Canada's marine and coastal areas that are protected to 5% by 2017 and 10% by 2020, supported by new investments in community consultation and science, end quote. Now, I want to highlight the part of that mandate letter, Mr. Speaker, about the quote about consultation and science. But in their attempt to achieve an artificial political timeline, it's led them to rush a bill that has lacked exactly that. It's lacked proper consultation and science. The sad thing is, Mr. Speaker, are any of us in this House surprised? The Liberals are becoming notorious for limiting consultation periods in order to pass their own agenda and silence the public. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, as I said in question period, a local issue, very important in Oshawa, the Liberals had decided to shut down the Canada Border Services Agency office in my community. And typically, Mr. Speaker, I found out after the decision was made. There was no consultation with local politicians. There was no consultation with local businesses, no consultation with local stakeholders. And the sad thing, this is going to be affecting families in my community, job creators, and businesses. The Liberals are consistently putting artificial political timelines and ideology ahead of local interests and local families. And, Mr. Speaker, this seems to be the rule, not the exception. We've also seen it with their apparent consultation on small business tax increases, in which the Minister of Finance made it very clear the consultation would not change the direction of the government. And now again, we're seeing it in C-55. So I'd like to point out that the minister said it's not going to change the direction of government. So what really is Liberal consultation? I say it's arrogance. There's no intention to listen. They've made up their mind. Ottawa knows best. Mr. Speaker, rather than consulting communities that will be most impacted by the Liberal plan on marine protected areas, the minister has fast-tracked this process. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, you know, the Liberal MPs from the Maritimes who are hearing from their constituents about this very issue are doing nothing, and they're saying nothing. The Liberal commitment to protect 5% of marine and coastal areas by 2017 will result in enormous areas from coast to coast to coast being closed to commercial and recreational activities. And again, Liberal MPs are invisible. They're saying nothing. They're doing nothing. In fact, a large number of academics, industry, and commercial and recreational fishing groups have come forward to speak against the minister's MPA targets within the current time frame. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because the Liberal government's target cannot be achieved without extensive consultation and rigorous effort to prioritize the needs of local communities. So, Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals won't listen to Canadians affected by their rushed decisions, let me put what some of the stakeholders have said on the record, because maybe that's the only way this government will hear. So let me quote those who will be directly impacted by this arbitrary timeline. Quote, "The process DFO used to approach harvester associations and consult on the areas of interest for designation was unorganized and totally not transparent." End quote. This was Leonard LeBlanc, Gulf of Nova Scotia Fleet Planning Board. Another quote, "The PEIFA understands the requirement to protect marine environments, but we do have concerns surrounding the tight timelines to accomplish these goals." End quote, Mr. Speaker. This was Ian McPherson, Prince Edward Islands Fishermen Association. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the quotes of Atlantic Canadians. And I'd like to remind everyone again that every single Atlantic seat is held by a Liberal member, including the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans himself. And unfortunately, they're silent. Another important quote from Mr. McPherson, quote, "The displacement of fishers from one community to another as a result of an MPA would shift the economics of the island. Throughout the consultation process, fishing areas were discussed, but not the economics of how a large MPA along the small coastline of Prince Edward Island would impact the island." End quote. And I could go on, Mr. Speaker. I'm very curious to know whether Liberal members who were elected by Atlantic Canadians will listen to their constituents and vote against this bill due to the lack of scientific, economic, social, and cultural information that was taken into consideration. Speeding up the MPA designation process could have significant impacts on the economy as stated above, leading to job losses and fisheries closures in our coastal communities. Let me make this very clear, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party is not opposed to the creation of MPAs. In fact, we have championed conservation and marine protection in the past. I was very proud to be part of the previous Conservative government that launched the National Conservation Plan, the NCP, which invested $252 million over 5 years to provide a more coordinated approach to conservation efforts across the country. We took steps to add more than 220 square kilometers to federal parks and marine protected areas. Mr. Speaker, that was an increase of more than 58%. Under the Oceans Act, we accomplished the protection of 3 new marine protected areas. The first one, Musquash Estuary in New Brunswick. Second, Bowie Seamont off the coast of British Columbia, and Terrium near Newtate in the Beaufort Sea. We developed our conservation policies and were successful because we respected the economic aspirations of local residents and always focused on building a stronger economy from coast to coast to coast. The Liberals, however, have not listened to Canadians. They have not been listening to their constituents. And to be honest, I don't think they even are starting to see the damaging consequences of this Prime Minister's agenda. The Minister of Fisheries and Oceans stated that he would take a balanced and fair approach. That's what he said, Mr. Speaker, balanced and fair, in meeting its targets under the United Nations Convention on Biological
diversity. Mr. Speaker, he stated the Liberal government was committed to a process that is transparent, science-based, and consultative with the provinces, industries, and Indigenous peoples. That's what he said, Mr. Speaker, except Bill C-55 allows the minister to make these designations without proper scientific review, which, not surprisingly, is a complete contradiction to his own promises and the Prime Minister's promises. Let's remember, Mr. Speaker, this is a government that promised to strengthen relationships with the provinces through consultations and collaboration, except when it seems that most provinces and territories are criticizing the Liberal approach these days. With increased taxes, burdening legislation, and now giving themselves more power to unilaterally create MPAs that aren't even backed by science, it seems the Liberals' relationships with the provinces is worse than it was under the previous government. An MLA from Nunavut stated that Bill C-55 could be an absolute travesty for his constituency. He also stated that the federal government never consulted with Northerners on what concerns they may have with the bill. Never consulted with Northerners. That's sad, Mr. Speaker. Again, I repeat, this government needs to start making evidence-based decisions and stop making political decisions that hurt Canadians. Liberals need to start listening to Canadians and ensure that the proper science backs up their decision in establishing these MPAs. Instead, they seem to be more concerned about their international commitments than jobs, growth, and economic development right here in our communities. Mr. Speaker, I will not be supporting this bill because it seems Liberals' sole purpose here is to please other countries, even if that means hurting hardworking Canadians. I call on Liberal MPs to stand up for their constituents, not bow down to the PM that wants to create the world's first post-national state at the expense of Canadians. I cannot agree with a bill that eliminates consultation and evidence-based decision-making simply to meet these international commitments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaire. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River? Nope, I got the wrong seat there. What seat? That's the correct seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask a question to my colleague. Knowing that Canada has committed to protecting 10% of its oceans by 2020 and 5% for 2017, but that we've only actually attained 1.5% of those protected areas, does he not believe that this bill should go even further? Because there aren't even any minimal standards for creating protected areas and protecting biodiversity. There have been conservation studies, and many industries say that if we want the industry to be sustainable for many years, Canada needs to keep pace. Canada needs to continue protecting those marine areas. So I look forward to his answer.
Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I think everybody is on board with protecting our environment. Again, I'm very proud of our government because we added over 220 square kilometers to federal parks and marine protected areas, which was an increase of more than 58%. I think that was a record. But the key here, Mr. Speaker, and as I said, it's the consultation process. Not moving forward with an artificial timeline. We got to make sure that this is done right. And don't take my word for it. I would like to quote Sean Cox, who's a professor at Simon Fraser University, who said, "There was a claim that there was an overwhelming scientific proof that MPAs are beneficial and widely successful. I think that was a misrepresentation of the actual science. Just enforcing MPAs would be hugely expensive. Again, if you're looking at it from a fisheries management point of view, it's far more cost effective to do other things that don't cost that much." And again, Madam Speaker, the key here is also to do no harm. These communities that rely on fishing, fishing is something that is passed down from generations. It's in their blood. It's something they want to continue to do. And to have these unintended consequences simply due to an arrogant government that moves forward from that top-down, Ottawa-based format is really something that Liberal MPs have to
put their voice forward in this House because the people that are going to be hurt are their constituents.
In comments, the honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm truly intrigued by the newfound interest in members of the official opposition in Nunavut and listening to Inuit. I think we can all recall just this year the Supreme Court of Canada ruled in favor of Clyde River, who, when they were in government, was crying for help and crying to be heard and listened to. And a member said earlier, he said the record speaks for itself, and I think, the record that they have, if you could explain, where were they then when they were in power and had the ability to actually act and listen and respond to Inuit then. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And actually, I'm really pleased to hear the member from Nunavut stand up in this House. But again, you'll see he won't be talking about what's happening right now. He wants to bring up an issue, very important issue, but the former MP from Nunavut actually made a difference and put her voice forward every single time that an issue from the North came up. And don't take my word for it. I'm saying an MLA from Nunavut stated this would be an absolute travesty for his constituency, and he stated that the federal government never consulted with any Northerners on what concerns they may have with this bill. Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is, where was this member when this bill was being drafted? Where was this member when the Liberal government wanted to jam this down the throat of Northerners? It's up to him right now. I want to see him stand in his place today, speak in this House. He's allowed to do it. This is a very important bill for our northern peoples. He needs to stand on their side, not the side of the Liberal government.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A real honor to be able to speak on C-55. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Calgary-Shepherd, and I also want to thank the member from Oshawa who has just spoken and his very important points. Legislation, policy of government must be based on logic, on science, and on sound consultation. And I want to focus my comments on the process of consultation, which I am hearing from Canadians in my riding of Langley Aldergrove, that the consultation is disingenuous and maybe a fake consultation, giving the impression of consultation, but the Liberals unfortunately have a timeline that they set. It's often not well thought out, and they set a target date, they make the announcements, and they move forward. Consultation is part of the optics, but as I say, the mind is already made up. C-55 is the minister is responsible to increase the portion of Canada's marine and coastal areas that are protected to 5% by 2017 and 10% by 2020. The previous government protected areas were very, very, very important. If you look at the accomplishments of the previous government, fact is previous Conservative governments, there is a legacy of Liberal governments creating mess and ignoring the environment, and then Conservative governments being brought in to clean up the mess. And that has happened throughout Canadian history, and that's what happened over the last 9 years under Conservative government, of increasing the protected areas, but done based on science, done based on consultation. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to give a personal note here. I love the environment. I consider myself an environmentalist. I spend lots of time walking in the forest. In off hours, we have an invasive species called English ivy, and so that's how I get some exercise, but also do tangible things to improve the environment around where I live. And I'll cut off the top, the bottom 7 feet of English ivy that's growing around beautiful cedar trees. There's lots of cottonwood and birch and alder, but these trees will die if we do not take care of and get off that invasive species. So I do that. And in behind our townhouse complex that we live in is a beautiful pathway that goes through the forest. And it's called Ferry Lane. And we haven't seen the Prime Minister with his shirt off running around through the forest yet, but maybe one day. But my wife and I, actually next month, Madam Speaker, will be our 45th anniversary. Diana and I were married in 1972, and she's the best thing that ever happened to me. And we like to walk in the forest and enjoy the environment. We have a responsibility as Parliament to make sure that we're protecting the environment for ourselves, but also for the coming generations, our children, our grandchildren, and future generations. And I'm really proud of the accomplishments that the previous Conservative government did, and I'm very concerned that the current Liberal government is making similar mistakes that past Liberal governments made. In fact, I'm just referring to past comments of the Environmental Commission. The Environment Commissioner relating to the past Liberal government said, quote, "There's a gap between what the Liberal government said it would do and what it is actually doing. Good intentions are not enough." And another report from the Commissioner referring to the Liberal government said, "When it comes to protecting the environment, bold announcements are made and then often forgotten as soon as the confetti hits the ground. The federal government seems to have trouble crossing the finish line." So nothing has changed. It appears the Liberal government making these announcements, proclaiming there's going to be consultation, and they're moving ahead based on science, based on good input. Now, there has to be a balance, and we've heard the Prime Minister say the right things, the importance of consultation and having a balance, that you can have a healthy economy and a healthy environment. And that is true. But again, you have to have true, genuine consultation. You have to consider how the impacts of designated a marine protected area, what those impacts are going to have on the local economies, in fishing, in forestry, in mining, all levels of industry and the environment. So we need to base that on consultation, including First Nation, Aboriginal, traditional knowledge. We need to consult, and it has to be genuine consultation. And that sometimes takes time. It often takes time if it's done right. Another form of consultation, Madam Speaker, we've just had an announcement in this last summer. In the middle of summer, when people were going and enjoying time with their families after working hard and paying increasing Liberal taxes, we got an announcement in Canada that there was going to be a form of consultation that ends October the 2nd. And this is on this new tax, this tax attack, Liberal attack on small business. And it's unfair, and that's what I'm hearing over and over again, these consultations being town hall meetings that are being held at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Canadians are at work, hardworking Canadians, and 3 o'clock consultation period. Again, evidence that it's disingenuous. So whether it's consultation on the environment, marine protected areas, on taxes, or even the artificial target date of July 1st of next year, we're going to have marijuana legal in Canada. We're in that consultation process that the government does not want to hear. We have police chiefs from across Canada saying, slow it down, you're moving too fast, and the country is not prepared for some of these changes, particularly the marijuana. So again, generally speaking, on the consultation process, Madam Speaker, it appears that it is disingenuous, that the government is not listening to Canadians. I think back at the very beginning, when this Parliament started, one of the first issues, and I was involved with it, was on the issue of assisted suicide and euthanasia. And there was consultation that happened on, and I sat on both the Special Legislative Committee and the Justice Committee on that issue. And in my riding and the neighboring riding, we had town hall meetings, and I reported back to the committees what we heard. And that was put aside because it was, a Liberal member said it was just a moment in time. It really wasn't true consultation. It didn't represent what Canadians, because it was a small group of people that we represent. So unfortunately, if Liberal members don't hear what they want to hear, then it's not reported. It's dismissed. And Madam Speaker, if we're going to have true consultation, we need to listen to Canadians. We need to hear what they're saying, report it to this Parliament, and adjust. Don't be stuck in going into one direction and not being willing to listen and adjust and create good policy that creates that balance between a healthy environment and a healthy economy. Madam Speaker, on C-55, dealing with the marine protected area, I just wanted to point out some very important points here. Madam Speaker, if we're not including consultation that listens and makes a difference, then we ended up creating something that's rushed and does not have the impact. So rather than consulting communities that are most impacted by the Liberal government's plan, the minister has chosen to fast-track this process in order to meet their self-imposed political targets. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we will end up with a problem, another mess that a future Conservative government will have to clean up. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I ask my question, I have a comment to make. The member from Oshawa rose in this House and he attacked the member from Nunavut. He attacked his credibility. This is a member of Parliament who is representing his riding. He comes to this House and he should be treated with decorum and respect. And Madam Speaker, when we come here, we bring our issues and we represent our people, and we should be treated equally, and we should be focused on the issues, even if they're partisan issues. We shouldn't be questioning the credibility of a member of Parliament on whether they're working hard on behalf of their constituents, because we know this member is. To the question to the member, I have a question because I wonder if the member agrees with the Liberal government. Does he believe that oil and gas exploration should be permissible in a marine protected area? I mean, the whole idea of marine protected areas is to protect the marine environment. I don't understand how oil and gas could be permitted in an area that we're supposed to be protecting for future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't believe that the member from Oshawa made any disparaging comments to the member from Nunavut. There's great respect from all members of our Conservative caucus for that member. I think he was pointing out that the previous member representing Nunavut was a minister in our government and did an incredible job and set a standard which was very high. So I do appreciate the member from Nunavut, and I'm sure we all do. Regarding the marine protected area, you need to protect these areas. It has to be done properly and can be done properly. Through the basis of good consultation and science, if an area can be developed through natural resources, it should only proceed if it can be done properly and safely. If it can't be done safely, if it will have a negative consequence to the environment, then it shouldn't happen. And that would be good science. And so I think the member knows that. It depends on case by case, and it should be done based on science.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from further down the way there for his comments. Madam Speaker, I've heard numerous times here it said no consultation, lack of consultation in this bill. And Madam Speaker, when I go through the minister's speech from earlier this week, I actually lose track of the number of times where he says that they will work collaboratively with Indigenous people. That's something that was missing, as my previous question was pointing out, from the previous government. And Clyde River was looking for help, and there was nothing but silence. They were ignored, and they ended up going to the Supreme Court, and they won. So they should have listened to them, but they refused to. Madam Speaker, my question, I guess, is, how can, some of this stuff, I don't know, could call it rhetoric. To me, it kind of reminds me of the comic character Dennis the Menace, raising stuff that isn't really accurate. You know, like it says in there, like I said numerous times, that the government will work collaboratively with Indigenous groups, and that includes Inuit, throughout the whole process. And you know, how can the member say that that isn't going to happen? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, Madam Speaker, again, I have the utmost respect for the member, and I appreciate his question. All I can speak from is my own personal experience, and the government had great respect for First Nations, Aboriginal, and personally, we have Catesy and Kwantlen in our riding, and have a wonderful relationship with them. We were deeply frustrated with their island in the middle of the Fraser disappearing acres every year. And I went to the Liberal minister at that time between 2004 and 6 and said, their island is disappearing. We need to armor the top of the island. And they would do nothing. And it wasn't until we had a plan, engineering design, how to armor that island. And it wasn't until 2006, when the Conservatives became government, that we put in the money and we armored the island to protect Kwantlen First Nation. And so I'm so proud of what we've done. I'm proud of the great relationship that we have with Kwantlen First Nation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Langley Aldergrove for his contributions to the debate so far. I'm pleased to be rising to speak to this bill. Alberta is really known for its coastlines. Not a laugh, even from the chamber. I thought at least some people would appreciate that. But people in Alberta do care about coastlines. You may have heard of this, Madam Speaker, but there's been a great debate for the past few years on the construction of pipelines, for which Alberta is well known for, has a lot of technical expertise. But Albertans are especially interested in pipelines that reach a coastline of some sort, so we can sell our product at a higher world price. And that's been what's been consuming, indeed, the interest and the time and debates and politics for the better part of the last few years in Alberta. But this bill, this act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, deals a lot of conservation and stewardship. And so when I worked in Alberta for the Minister of Sustainable Resource Development, we were charged with the stewardship of not only Alberta's natural resources, but also its wildlife, its fauna, its aquatic resources. And we do indeed have many of those. Some of the greatest sport fishing that you can do inland can be done in Alberta. No hooked barbs are used there. It has to all be done in our lakes and waters without any use of hooked barbs, so it takes quite the skilled angler to actually get it done. A lot of the content in the bill that the government has proposed before us, other members have already gone over some of the defects that they see, some of the inconsistencies that they see in the bill. So I like to focus my time on what's important when we're trying to talk about stewardship and protecting marine environments. We should be measuring results by outcomes, not necessarily whatever ranking we're trying to obtain on some international stat. We shouldn't be using the stick that the government has to impose something on people. What we should be doing is the kind word, going out and reaching out to people and asking them, what works in your particular area? And that type of approach is the Ottawa doesn't know best. Ottawa actually knows very, very little about places on either coasts in this country, and in fact, especially in our northern territories, where people there in those localities have a much better understanding of their local needs, of the local needs of the marine environment. Now, I'd say that in the case of the example I gave to you about measurements and the ranking systems and international institutions, when they grade different countries for reaching a certain goal or a certain objective, that the latter is good to have, but it's not the primary measurement goal. What we should be doing is, are we reaching our own objectives? We as Canadians should be setting our own objectives, but local communities have objectives. So it's not that Ottawa has, 1%, 2%, 5%, 10 or 20 or 30 or 40. What does the local community want? What are they talking about? What works for them? Is it a one model for everyone, or one model perhaps on the East Coast, maybe another model on the West Coast, another in the North, or even, can you make it even more varied? Can you say that we'll call them MPAs, but within the MPAs we'll allow it to vary over time. We'll allow it to have differences for people. We'll also consult ahead of time. I know the government has made a really, really big deal out of telling people that we're going to consult more. The previous government didn't do that, and we'll do that too. And I feel like most Liberal promises nowadays should come with warning labels, such as, promise will be smaller, than it appears. This promise may not be what it appears. And I thought we were on the receiving end of science-based decision-making, which a lot of this lacks, because if you're going to be moving ahead with forcing an MPA onto a local community, a region, an area, and then deciding after the fact whether it achieves all the goals you wanted to achieve, or you're going to vary what an MPA is, shouldn't you first base it on the best possible local science available? Shouldn't be more transparency, more consultation? This very much seems that this is the opposite what they're doing. We're giving a stick to the minister against local communities, instead of using the kind word, enabling the minister to do their job in a more consultative manner. Now, from the Liberal Party platform, I had to go and check what did they promise in the last election. And in the environmental section, Madam Speaker, they actually spent more time talking about Stephen Harper than they did about marine environment. Actually, it's a 7-4 difference. Maybe there should be a Stephen Harper protection area created. Could be all of Calgary, I'd say. But in the document, they spent a lot more time complaining about what wasn't done before, and that, you know, Stephen Harper did all these terrible things, and now in the marine environment we'll do X and Y and Z. But they talk very little about their actual objectives. The Fisheries and Oceans Committee met, and they heard from witness testimony saying, and the member for Barrie Innisfil said before, he quoted Sean Cox, the professor for Simon Fraser University, so I don't want to go over that particular point once more, but provide a valuable input, saying that MPAs aren't likely to be effective scientific tools either. That's a direct quote. He also said just enforcing MPAs would be hugely expensive. Again, if you're looking at it from a fisheries management point of view, it's far more cost-effective to do other things that don't cost that much. Again, he also said that looking at some of the other testimony, that there was a claim that there was overwhelming scientific proof that MPAs are beneficial and widely successful. And he says, I think that was misrepresentation of the actual science. Stephen just cited some of the studies that find that they're not broadly successful. Not saying they don't work, saying they're just not as broadly successful as they're made out to be. So it's really what the content of the MPA is. Does it match with local community needs? Will it achieve the goals? Another person who testified asked some really great questions. It was Brian Clark, an environmental advisor and registered professional biologist with Pacific Northwest LNG, had these questions. What are the no-go zones? What are the thresholds for impacts? We need specific plans for coastal areas of high industrial activity. He also said there is clear process for integrated coastal planning that leaves proponents to develop strategies in an information vacuum. But that information you collected from the local community. If you impose upon them an MPN and say later on we'll actually formulate what it actually is, what actually will be the permanent plan for the area, you bring people to, you create anxiety, panic, fear, kind of like what the Liberal government has done in the small business tax changes they've proposed with a 75-day consultation window. This, to me, seems like more of the same. Now, you have leaders from the territorial governments who've come out and actually openly attacked this proposal, C-55. I know, not to belay the point once more, but there are other members have mentioned this, that MLA Johnny Mike, who's also the Minister of Environment, openly attacked Ottawa. Actually, I have a headline here that says, Nunavut MLA attacks Ottawa Inuit organizations on proposed federal law. Another one here reads, Northern Premiers present united front against Ottawa. Always a great headline to have when you are 2 years into a mandate. From that article, to industry, the Premiers delivered a message that they want to make investment in the territories more attractive rather than increase regulatory complexity or uncertainty, is actually in scare quotes in that situation. But this is exactly what this is going to create. This is the Ottawa knows best. We have a box. We're going to impose the box on the community, and the community will have to live with it. They'll have to comply with our plans and what we want to do. From another headline, territorial premiers discuss plans to create strong, sustainable north. It says it's from Yellowknife, August 31st, and from there, it says the Northern Premiers appreciate the federal government's interest in improving the Oceans Act and the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act and recognize the increase in federal oceans protection commitment by 2020. However, the proposed amendments to Bill C-55 allow for the creation of these interim MPAs by a federal minister without prior consultation. This amendment should not be part of C-55. When you have the Northern leaders telling you, you got it wrong, you go back and you say, what did we get wrong? And when they're telling you those types of amendments shouldn't be in this bill, you commit to removing them right away, or even better, you just remove the bill and you start over again, which I've said they should do on many other occasions, on many other different bills. Take the bill away, like on the access to information law they've proposed before the House, that's now gone to committee. Take it off the table, go back to the drawing board, and get it done right the first time. I have a Yiddish proverb. I know many members are probably waiting for this, and I've mentioned the stick. The Ottawa knows best stick. It's a proverb that goes, it's not the stick that helps, but the kind word. And that's what the federal government should be involved in. And a comparison here to the small business tax proposals that the Liberals have brought forward. I think it counts very much the same. You can see both sides of it. On one hand, they've said 75 days consultation, and then I'm going to drop the hammer on you, leaving no time for small business owners and farmers in harvest to actually contribute to the debate and actually provide actual information on how their businesses will be affected. How will people in these communities be affected by MPAs when they're dropped on them and imposed upon them? One size fits all for everybody. What works in the East Coast will not work in the West Coast. Even differences between 100 kilometers on the same coastline might be different. And we've heard it said many times in this House. We have the largest coastline in the world. What are we protecting it for, but for the local communities, Madam Speaker? Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks, his contribution to this debate. One question that comes to mind when debating this issue is the effectiveness of a marine protected area as proposed under the Act. And it's because it won't serve much of a purpose, ultimately. Because if you look at the facts, projects and activities that will be authorized in this zone are unlimited, and they can end up with the same type of a situation as if there were no protection in the first place. So can the Honourable Member comment on the effectiveness of these types of areas, because almost or virtually the same activities are permitted in the area?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pour le membre, j'aimerais juste lui répondre.
Well, for the Honourable Member, I would just like to answer that I don't think that the protection for each zone, or it would have to be adapted. And I don't think that there should necessarily be a minimum number of protective measures for each zone. What needs to be protected in one zone could be very different from another zone or another area. And what's important for the local economy and tourism must be taken into account. So if a marine protected area is created, tourists may come to see the protected area. Like for our national parks, for example. There are national parks in Alberta, and there are pipelines that cross them. That doesn't prevent people from visiting the parks and spending money in the local communities for all of the small businesses located there, and for whom it's their way of remaining part of the middle class.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable colleague, my honourable colleague and my friend from Calgary Shepherd. Madam Speaker, I live in a coastal community, and we know the immediate threat to our oceans, to coastal communities is serious, and it's urgent. I know that the member has children like myself, and he cares deeply about the future of our oceans and of this country. Madam Speaker, while the Conservatives were in power, they only protected 1% of our oceans through marine protected areas. And I have to ask the member, does the member believe that there is a sense of urgency for us to create more marine protected areas so that we can meet our international agreements that we've committed to?
Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for Courtenay Alberni, who I serve, and we work together on various Kurdish issues, so we had a lot of time to get to know each other. I somehow knew this question was coming, so I looked it up. Canada has 243,042 kilometers of coastline. 1% would be about 2,500 kilometers of coastline. But we have the largest coastline in the world, and where is this coastline being protected? If we protect it in certain regions, in, say, the Northwest territories, are there any actual people that are going to be able to enjoy this marine area? And I really, truly believe that if we're not doing this for people, if we're just doing this to gain the +1 from the Wildlife Fund or getting, a higher ranking in some international organizations' ranking system, then we're not doing it for the right reasons. We should be doing it for the local people and for tourists and for Canadians to go and enjoy pristine landscapes. That's what they should be for. So it's not about 1% or 10 or 20 or 30 or 40%. We should do what we can for 100% of the coastline. But if it's not for people, it's not for local communities, then we got it all wrong.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speaking on this. He was challenged a moment ago about what the Conservatives had done and had only appointed 1% of our coastline or our ocean areas as protected. But I think there's far more than that's protected under fisheries closures and so on. But also some of the areas that are being announced now, the process and the method in which those have been identified has been going on for a long time. And a lot of those areas now are being done because of the previous work of our Conservative government, if he could confirm that.
The member has 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question. Yeah, the previous Conservative government did quite a deed for stewardship and for conservation because the previous government was looking towards what can it do for local communities and how can it improve access to, say, the national parks. So more national parks were created, more natural landscapes were protected, because that's what Canadians want to take advantage of. They want to be able to go and see pristine landscapes, to go camping, to go fishing, to go hunting. That's what the vast majority of anglers and hunters I meet want to do. Thank you.
Before we go to resuming debate, I just want to remind the next speaker that unfortunately I will have to interrupt at some point, but at that time will be remaining for the next time the matter is before the House. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
I believe, Madam Speaker, there's about 13 minutes left, and I will try to make 13 minutes left in debate before we go to the private members' hour, and I will try to make my remarks fit in that time period. It is the honourable member who spoke before me started off by saying Alberta's coastline is very important and how great it is. Coming from the province of Saskatchewan, I think I've come from the only province that would actually have less of a coastline than Alberta. We are that square in the middle of the rectangle in the middle of the country whose boundaries are not made by any natural coastline, mountain, anything, but by someone drawing just lines on a map. And so people may think it's somewhat interesting that a member from Saskatchewan would get up to talk about this at the end of a Friday in the House of Commons, but I think it's appropriate that we in the opposition push the government very aggressively and very strongly on this bill for a couple of reasons. And the first one, I think, and that's been the theme of most of my colleagues today, is that we feel the people most directly impacted by this legislation have not been heard. I was looking through some of the testimony that had been done for committee. Witness after witness had gotten and said, this bill does not meet the needs of the local communities. There was representatives from fishers in Prince Edward Island, from Nova Scotia. There was a professor from Simon Fraser University who was looking through the notes, an expert on the subject. And time again they said, the government needs to slow down and talk to us, because this actually impacts us in our day-to-day lives. This is something that could have vast repercussions for us in what we do. And when you hear witnesses who represent these areas, who represent people who will be directly impacted, say, we're not opposed to the entirety of the idea, but we need to have input because of the drastic implications that this could have for our lives, you begin to realize that the government has not been doing an effective job in consulting with people. And I know in the past the government has been criticized for over-consulting. I think somewhere they need to be able to find a balance. The purpose of consultation should not be to delay as the government tries to figure out what to do or put off a difficult decision. The purpose of consultation needs to be to acquire the views of the people that are most directly impacted. And that drives to the nub of what are often the issues when it comes to conservation, environmental issues throughout the country. Now, I do not have personal experience in the fisheries or any of the marine industries. I was raised on a family farm, have experience there, and prior to being elected to the House of Commons here, I was a mining exploration geophysicist, someone who had the privilege of working in northern Quebec, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, the Yukon, and I particularly enjoyed my time up in the Northwest Territories and in Nunavut. Great, majestic splendor of our north. I got to enjoy it. I got to work in it, and I got to understand parts of Canada that unfortunately too many Canadians from the south never really get to live and experience. And one of the things when you work in those sorts of occupations, you really begin to understand that ultimately it is not a question of environment versus industry. These things are necessary and work together. And this can often be a problem for people who do not work in these natural resource, agriculture, in this case fisheries-related industries, where there is a real daily physical interaction between nature and the activity that humans are trying to engage in to create a livelihood. And that tension you can see in the debate around this bill, and you look through the testimony from witnesses, because they are very concerned. What they are concerned about is that marine protected areas could be imposed upon them in a way that's detrimental to their livelihoods. And that is a real concern, because nowadays increasingly large numbers of people no longer have that direct connection to where raw natural products come from. I mean, the joke is always about, somewhat unfair stereotype that people in the cities believe that milk comes from a carton in the store, not from a cow. The same that, fish, where does it come from? Not everyone can quite understand that someone has to go out there and get it, harvest it, and that if there's environmental decisions, a marine protected area is made without direct consultation, this could have real and direct impact on people's livelihoods. So there's that natural tension there, and you can see this in the concern about the legislation. Because what the legislation is doing is giving the power to the minister to create a temporary MPA, Marine Protected Area. Whereas previously it was a long consultative process to make sure that all interests were brought in, Aboriginal, local sports usage, various people, to make sure that there was a solution that worked for everyone in the area. Now you say, well, if there's something that's temporary, it can be quickly overturned. The reality is when temporary decisions are made, they often become de facto permanent decisions. Because while people are waiting for a quick resolution of the environmental issues for the area, their lives have to go on. They have to move, and they are unable to continue with their livelihood. So that's where the major concern is coming from communities in both Atlantic Canada and on the West Coast, and as we heard earlier in reference to an MLA speaking from Nunavut, also to communities up in the north. That what will happen is there will be a minister under political pressure to, as it were, greenwash the government's politics in time for an election, perhaps to help the Liberals win some votes to get their much coveted seat on the UN Security Council. There'll be some quick greenwashing done. A temporary marine protected area will be set up, and that will have detrimental effects on the livelihood of people who are working to make a living. And again, I don't have that direct connection with the fisheries community that some of the honourable members here in the House do, but I can understand how that would feel if you're in an agriculture area, because of my background as a farmer, and someone who grew up in a farm family, and as someone who worked in the natural resources industry up north. You feel very vulnerable when you realize someone who has no understanding of the actual day-to-day operations of your industry and the actual day-to-day necessity of the things that you need to do can come out of nowhere, make an arbitrary decision, and that can absolutely ruin your livelihood. You feel vulnerable and you feel scared. And I'm pretty sure that the government is not trying to frighten Canadians. Politicians generally don't try to, but they need to understand why this may look good from a political optics, why this may look good if they need to burnish their environmental credentials with international bodies. While that may look good, this can have very real impact on people's ordinary livelihoods. So what we in the opposition are asking the government to do is to step back from this legislation, to put it on hold for a while and spend more time consulting and pull away from something that can be used, and the whole concept of a temporary measure that could out of nowhere lead to de facto permanent impositions on an area. The honourable members on the other side talk about science. Science is rarely quick. That's why you need time to do this right. That's why you need time to be involved, and that's why you need time to consult. As a member who has had a scientific background and a career that was based in the natural sciences before I came here, I urge the government to take those principles, to take the understanding of science, to marry it with the democratic principles of consultation and working with people in the rural communities that are trying to make their living through fishing. Not to scare them, to work with them, and together, putting all that together, we can have a better legislation, we can have better protection from the environment, and we can have economic growth for these areas. Because ultimately, to have good environmental protection, and we see this throughout the world, you need a growing and strong economy, and you need the local population to be strongly supportive. And taking steps by the Government of Canada to frighten local people away from supporting environmental provisions is not, in my opinion, a proper way to do that. So, Madam Speaker, looking at the time, there's only a couple minutes left. I'd like to give my colleagues in the House the ability to ask me a few questions. So with that, with about 3-4 minutes before the clock winds down, I will allow my colleagues to wind up the day with a couple questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question has to do with the responsibility of corporations when there are accidents in the ocean. This is a subject that is of concern to us. On this matter, we've heard about the accident in the Maritimes that lead to the debris filling up the beaches on the coast. I'm sure that this happens on the Atlantic coast as well. Up to which point would there be increased responsibility of corporations that are responsible for those events and the problems that that causes in our oceans, even more in an area that is a marine protected area? What type of protection are we talking about?
Diversity?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his questions, and I will address the principle. The principle is very clear. Whoever takes an action should be responsible for the results of that action. And when it comes to pollution, you try to have the polluter, the person who does the pollution, the accident, be ultimately responsible. Now, we know that with international shipping lanes, with flags of convenience, with ships from all around the world, that may be difficult, and unfortunately at certain times that may be impossible. So that's why throughout history, various governments and regimes have looked at various insurances, collective action, things of that sort of, those sorts of procedures to try to cover those loopholes. And I think that's something that any government should look at. Try to find out where there are loopholes, where people are polluting and are evading their responsibility, and bring direct responsibility to those people. Thank you.
So the member will have about 8 minutes of questions and comments left the next time this matter is before the House. It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour, orders of the day.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés. Reprise du débat, la troisième.
Resuming debate at third reading of Bill S-231, Journalistic Sources Protection Act. Mr. Deltel.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleagues. I am delighted to be able to rise today to speak to Bill S231 on the protection of journalistic sources. Madam Speaker, journalists play an essential role in our democracy. Parliament is a fundamental institution of the democracy, and I think journalistic work is as well. We have only to see what shows such as Enquête or The Fifth Estate. Those are examples that we often give, but it's not just those examples. It is all of the journalistic corps, the parliamentary press section, the parliamentary correspondents. They all do extremely important work. But for them to do their work, they have to be able to act freely without any excessive obstacles. Unfortunately, we're noticing a very worrisome trend. There are troubling examples, such as what we observed in Quebec, Montreal particularly, the case of Patrick Lagrasset and Joël Denis. We also see a deeper tendency, a long-term trend that really should raise the concern of everybody who's interested in this file. Canada dropped 14 points in the world ranking for freedom of the press under the Liberal government. I think that this raises many questions. That is why Bill S231 is not going in the right direction. That's why this bill is so important. This bill will do many things. It will, first of all, allow reporters to better protect their sources. And that's important because journalistic sources, if they don't feel protected, they do not speak. And they diminish. They withhold information that could sometimes be essential. And it prevents journalists from giving complete information, from conducting their inquiries in the fullest possible way. Thanks to the suggested legislative changes in this bill, a reporter could refuse to reveal information if he or she considers that the confidentiality of their source would be threatened. And so we're reversing the burden of proof. Now it will be up to police officers to prove that the information they are looking for is so important for public safety that it is more important than the right to protect a source. That's a significant element. We will also withdraw justices of the peace's power to grant search warrants or surveillance warrants. Of course, there always have to be judges to grant those types of warrants, but those powers will be transferred to judges of superior courts. And I consider that to be very important. There's a very troubling shift. 98% of search warrants or surveillance warrants that were requested by the police in Montreal, 98% of them were approved. I think that's a really high rate of success. It's not that I'm lacking trust in the police. I'm not saying that the police isn't rigorous, but that seems like a lot to me. To make sure that we really look at this very carefully, I think that that's an excellent idea. And what the bill proposes is we'll look at it more carefully because a judge will be able to essentially appoint a defense lawyer. In the case of a request of this type of warrant, either the reporter or the media that is targeted is not notified. that they are the object of a search warrant or a monitoring or a surveillance warrant. The person who is targeted by this warrant, by appointing a special lawyer to defend the rights of that media or that reporter, ensures that all points of view are taken into account and ensure that we have a fair and complete legal process. Those are just a few of the elements. I won't mention them all here today. But these are all things that seem very important to me. Let's indicate, however, that the bill isn't perfect. During this Senate debate, there was a definition of media, a definition of reporter. Of course, it's not easy to define, with all the various platforms that we have today, what a reporter is exactly. Full-time, part-time, traditional media, more conventional media. But I think it is important to keep a relatively broad definition of what constitutes a reporter and what is a media source. Judges are the ones who should determine what is a reporter and what is a media. I think that this is a bill that comes at the right time. It is very important. I know that the Liberals slowed the proceedings down a little bit, but I think that they've rallied to our point of view on this side of the House and agree that it's important to pass this bill quickly. I hope that they will be able to quickly move forward with it in committee and come back to us just as quickly with third reading. And with that, I will conclude my remarks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Le député de Bellechasse.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was saying earlier, Madam Speaker, that I had the opportunity here in this House to listen to the debates of the former NDP leader, Ed Broadbent. Unfortunately, in here, we always talk about what divides us. We're often talking about things where we're in a confrontational mode. We don't talk often enough about what unites us. I'm pleased to rise in the House after my colleague's speech for the riding of Laurier-Sainte-Marie to indicate that I agree with this point of view and with this House to support this bill, which comes to preserve one of the pillars of our democracy, which is freedom of expression. I would like to congratulate my Conservative colleague, the member for Louis-Sénérat, who is a former reporter and who understands, who lived through this, who understands the importance of protecting journalistic sources. We know over the last few years these sources have been targeted. There's even been this willingness to raise the veil on who they are and to counter their ability to reveal scandals happening in our public service and elsewhere. So I would like to congratulate my colleague for piloting this file. This bill originated in the Senate because Senator Jean-Claude Carignan, who, after a scandal that happened in Quebec, decided to take the bull by the horns and move forward with a bill, the bill that we are discussing today, which amends the Canada Evidence Act. The Journalistic Sources Protection Act was tabled in November 2016. It's been less than a year. The bill was passed by the Senate in April 2017. Just to demonstrate how quickly this bill has moved forward, by June 2017, by the end of the spring, the bill came before the House, and with the cooperation of the government, the NDP, and our sponsor in our party, the bill was finally amended slightly, and now we are at the final step in this House, which is the speech before the vote to send it to committee and as there might be amendments here, it will have to return to the Senate in order to advise it of the changes that are being made. The House of Commons is therefore acting as a chamber of sober second thought, even more so than the other place.
So that said, Madam Speaker, the bill in question today, and my colleague mentioned this, does something important. It changes the burden of proof. And that's one of the important aspects of the bill. My colleague also mentioned that this bill has been analyzed by the Department of Justice, by police organizations, to have a certain amount of counterweight. Now, interestingly, with this bill, as was written in La Presse, Canada will be really a world leader, and we will be up there with the other countries who have laws to protect journalistic sources, like Australia, Germany, France, and Great Britain. So this really is a positive development. And it's a positive development that results from a very concerning situation. You'll remember that the Quebec journalist Patrick Lagacé had been monitored by the police, by the municipal police, and that was very concerning. This is not a super recent story, Madam Speaker. Even back in 2007, the former member Serge Ménard from the Bloc Québécois had tabled a similar bill. At the time, we were a minority government, so unfortunately the bill died on the order paper. But today, we really have an opportunity to meet our goal and to get this bill passed all the way through and to get it royal assent. Of course, there has been electronic surveillance of journalists like Mr. Patrick Lagacé, as I said. But another case, which Senator Carignan reminded us of, is that there were a revelation of some journalistic sources. For example, there was the famous sponsorship scandal. By basing themselves on a confidential source called Machouette, a journalist from the Globe and Mail, Daniel Leblanc, described a whole series of articles about the sponsorship scandal. And that was what led to this, probably the biggest political scandal of the last decade in Canada. What's concerning is that Mr. Leblanc, the journalist who had done his work of defending democracy, then had to defend himself before the courts in order to protect the journalistic source that had allowed him to learn about the scandal in the first place. So the contribution of these whistleblowers, of these people who come to our journalists in confidence, are very important. And there is information that is confidentially transmitted about fraudulent activities related to the sponsorship scandal. In a healthy democracy, the media serves as a counterweight to power, and our journalists are the people who defend that. So this is a fundamental right, the freedom of the press. In the case of Mr. Leblanc, who was brought before the courts, we can see that it's a fragile right that needs to be defended. I'd like to quote a decision of the Supreme Court, because it's important. Now, the Supreme Court asked us to take action. We have a constructive dialogue with the Supreme Court, and they told us that investigatory journalism exists to fill a democratic deficit in our public institutions. It's necessary to update the underside, the dark underbelly of some of these institutions. If the media can't ensure anonymity of their sources, the freedom of expression in issues of public interest will be compromised. So freedom of expression is one of the pillars of our democracy, Madam Speaker. And that is what the issue is today. That's what we're trying to protect. We will have the opportunity to talk about this further later, but this bill will reverse the burden of proof. It will improve the definition of journalist, and now it will require a Superior Court judge to rule on the modalities of that. Madam Speaker, I can see that my time is running short, but I would just say that there are guarantees and definitions within the bill. For example, the definition of journalist. The goal is not to place journalists above the law, but rather to give them the tools to protect their journalistic sources. So this is a bill that protects journalistic sources. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'd like to quote Senator Carignan. He said, "Honorable senators, this bill aims to protect the highest interests of Canadians and the integrity of their institutions and their trust therein. The goal is to protect one of the pillars of our democracy, the right of Canadians to have access to information and to know about our public institutions." I think that I couldn't have said it better. For me, and for everyone here, I think, Madam Speaker, politics is a question of trust. We know how important it is to maintain trust between Canadians, our political institutions, and our public institutions. And we really have the opportunity to do that today. The symbol of our democracy, the new Governor General, will be installed within the next week. And I hope that with the help of the members of Parliament, we will give her the opportunity to stand up for freedom of expression by allowing her to give royal assent to this bill to protect journalistic sources. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about Bill S-231, an act to amend the Canada Evidence Act and the Criminal Code, also known as Protection of Journalistic Sources.
As others have done before me, to express my gratitude to the Senate sponsor for his hard work and dedication in relation to this important bill. Our thanks also go to my colleague opposite, the member for Louis Saint Laurent, for this role in helping move Bill S-231 expeditiously through the House. Finally, I would like to thank the various witnesses who appeared before the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security during its study of the bill, including representatives of the media who have shared their compelling stories and the important challenges they face in protecting the confidentiality of their sources in the course of doing their work, particularly in the aftermath of the events last fall in Quebec. Evidently, there is overwhelming support for the bill's overall objective. This bill truly reflects a multi-partisan consensus. All agree that due consideration must be given to protection of journalistic resources. This is true not only when someone is seeking this disclosure of a document or information before a court that would identify a journalistic source, but also when law enforcement are seeking a warrant or other court order to obtain information or documents relating to a journalist. Avant d'aborder les diverses...
Before getting into the various measures proposed in the bill, I would like to reiterate that Canadian law does have something to say about this. Protection for journalistic sources in common law and the Constitution are robust and already exist.
Responsibility to ensure that this bill reflects the common law as much as possible in order to avoid unintended consequences. More specifically, we have a responsibility to ensure that we don't unintentionally undermine existing protections. We must also ensure that the new protection measures introduced by the bill will apply in all appropriate cases, but only in appropriate cases. I will come back to this shortly. This is, in essence, what the amendments to Bill S-231 made by the Public Safety Committee are all about. As we know, Bill S-231 amends two acts. The first set of proposed amendments relate to the Canada Evidence Act and are aimed at protecting the confidentiality of journalistic sources in the courtroom context. The second set of amendments relate to the criminal code and seek to protect confidential journalistic sources in the investigative context by introducing a new process for the issuance of search warrants and other orders in relation to journalist communications and their belongings. Je me pencherai d'abord sur la...
I will talk about the second series of amendments first. The main concerns that resulted from the Lagacé affair had to do with the question of knowing whether the protections under common law for the confidentiality of journalistic sources were really properly taken into account when search warrants are delivered for journalists.
Proposed in Bill S-231 for obtaining warrants and orders concerning journalists not only codifies the existing common law protection, it also adds additional safeguards to ensure a high level of scrutiny when the state wishes to introduce on the privacy of a journalist. For example, such warrants would only be issued by a superior court judges and only if there is no other way to obtain the information and if the public interest in the investigation of the crime outweighs the journalist's right to privacy in doing their work. Also, the resulting evidence would be automatically sealed. All of these new measures are designed to protect the confidentiality of journalistic sources as the investigative stage before the state has brought charges or obtained evidence. Les modifications apportées.
The amendments made by the Public Safety Committee concerning the new process proposed in Bill S-231 can be summarized as follows. First of all, the provisions were removed from the criminal code to avoid potential conflict with other laws, particularly when it comes to national security and privacy protections. The rules laid out in S-231 are sufficiently clear that it is not necessary to conflict with other laws.
Of application of the proposed criminal code process in practical terms. As originally drafted, the new requirements for police to apply to a judge of a superior court for a warrant, authorization, or order relating to a journalist would have applied in all cases where a journalist is involved, regardless of whether police are actually aware that their investigation relates to a journalist. This needed to be fixed because in real life, particularly in this day and age of online crime, police do not always know the identity of the suspect, let alone what that person does for a living. Unless police know a journalist is involved, they cannot logically be expected to apply the new criminal code process. The amendment made at committee makes it clear that the new process only applies if police are aware that a journalist is implicated. That being said, if and when police subsequently find out that their investigation relates to a journalist's communications, the amendment would require that they apply to a judge of a superior court so that the warrant or order can be confirmed and appropriate conditions can be imposed to safeguard journalistic sources. In the meantime, police would be prohibited from examining and from making copies of the evidence. I believe this is significant improvement to the bill. Another important issue with regards to the proposed new criminal code process for issuing warrants and orders in relation to journalists, and I think we are all in agreement on this, is that this process is intended to protect the confidentiality of journalistic sources. It is not, however, intended to protect journalists from criminal investigation and prosecution when they engage in criminal conduct. Dans son libellé initial,
The way it was initially worded, Bill S-231 didn't establish that distinction. The amendments made by the Public Safety Committee clearly state that the new criteria under the Criminal Code concerning warrants, concerning journalists, would not apply when the criminal activities of journalists are concerned.
issued by a judge of a superior court and where necessary. The judge would be able to protect the confidentiality of journalistic sources by ordering that some or all of the evidence be sealed. This, in my view, is a very sensible and necessary amendment. Insofar as Bill S-231's proposed new Canada Evidence Act provisions are concerned, it's important to remember that they seek to protect confidential journalistic sources by allowing a journalist to object to the compelled disclosure of information or document on the grounds that it identifies or is likely to identify a confidential journalistic source. The provisions would also ensure that disclosure in such cases is only authorized if certain conditions are met. Je voulais vous parler.
I wanted to speak briefly about the amendments made by the committee. But I say I almost don't have any time left. So I will ask another of my colleagues to perhaps discuss some of that. In conclusion, the bill, as amended, will lead to a better protection of confidential journalistic sources, which is in the interest of all Canadians. It deserves everyone's support. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I am very pleased to have the opportunity to rise in this House today and to speak on Bill S-231, an act to amend the Canada Evidence Act and the Criminal Code, otherwise known as the Journalistic Sources Protection Act. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to take the opportunity to express my gratitude. There are sometimes issues that arise in this House which there is all-party agreement that action is necessary and appropriate. And in this case, I think it's very appropriate for us to take the opportunity to acknowledge, first of all, the outstanding work of Senator Carignan and with the assistance of Senator Pratt in ensuring that this very important issue was brought forward as they sponsored the Senate bill, Bill S-231, and bringing it before this House. I'd also, Madam Speaker, like to take the opportunity to thank and acknowledge the work of the member from St. Louis Saint Laurent for helping bring this bill before the House. The issue that is contained within S-231 is an issue that I think affects and concerns all Canadians, and certainly as in the aftermath of the legacy issue that arose in Quebec, but in other instances as well, there is a legitimate concern among Canadians about the protection of our journalists and journalistic sources. The independence of free press is the hallmark of our democracy. And I think it is a critical, and all members of this House recognize the importance of protecting our journalists and allowing them to do their job. And this bill before us today reflects that shared value that everyone in this House, and I believe all Canadians, feel about the importance of the Fifth Estate, of journalists, in helping keeping Canadians informed, in having the ability and the freedom to bring forward issues that might not otherwise be made public, and thereby protect the rights and the values of all Canadians. Madam Secretary, Madam Speaker, it's also important, I think, to acknowledge the important work that our Public Safety Committee did, and I wanted to thank the leadership of the SECU Chair, the Honourable Member from Don Valley West, and the members of that committee for the very conscientious way in which they approached this bill to ensure that it reflects long-standing traditions in our common law and doesn't create protections while upholding and maintaining the important values that were represented in the Senate bill. And frankly, Madam Speaker, as a former police officer, the clarifications that the Public Safety Committee brought to this bill, I think, did much to restore all Canadians' confidence that the law will be appropriately applied. And Madam Speaker, in particular, I wanted to acknowledge the work of the committee to ensure that this legislation did not provide a shield for criminal behavior as it might be perpetrated by a journalist, but provided those absolutely essential protections for a journalist when doing their job. And I'm very confident, Madam Speaker, that the legislation that has been produced and is before this House is worthy of all committee support. And so, Madam Speaker, while limited in the number and scope of the amendments brought forward by the Public Safety Committee, I think they are important for very many reasons. They ensure that Bill S-231, the new measures in that new bill, will apply in appropriate circumstances without undermining the important protective measures that are arguably already in place in a very complex area of the law. And secondly, I believe that the work of the Secu Committee in bringing forward these amendments provide more clarity in terms of how these measures are intended to be applied in practice. This will be invaluable assistance to those engaged in journalistic practice throughout the country and those who are tasked with the important job of keeping all of our communities safe. And so, Madam Speaker, Bill S-231 as amended, I believe, will translate into better protection for all confidential journalistic sources to the benefits of all Canadians. And I believe it is worthy of all party support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question?
Est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill 2S-231, an act to amend the Canada Evidence Act and the Criminal Code, Protection of Journalistic Sources, be now read a third time and do pass.
Pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favour of the motion will please say yay. Yay! Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent.
All those opposed will please say nay.
The yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 4th, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Comme il est 2 heures, comme il est 2:03, sorry about that. It's just not coming out. It's the end of the day. The House stands adjourned until Monday, October 2nd, 2017 at 2 p.m. pursuant to order made on Friday, September 22nd, 2017. Bonne fin de